quick.
Good morning, everyone.
Early morning.
Absolutely.
East Coast morning.
Guys, Travis Moran here with my boy Byron Velvick. We're here, day 3 coverage of the third stop of the 2017 FLW Tour event, Harris Lake in Leesburg, Florida. And we're going to have some live coverage that we're going to be going to in just a minute. But first, we're going to talk a little bit about the event right now. We're going to bring you into what's been going on up until now. Exciting event so far, Byron.
Exciting event. I love sight fishing, and sight fishing is key right now. Guys are looking at fish, but here's this weird thing about this tournament. It's going into a full moon right now. Are these fish going to hold? Are there going to be more fish coming up? Or are the guys that are pulling off the bank, not looking at those spawning fish, going to crush John Cox, our leader, with a sight fishing pattern strong right now, where he's seeing the fish, they're betting, he's looking for them, but he's a little bit nervous. Because you got to ask yourself, is it turning into a situation where they're going to pull off and guys fishing offshore, not visible fish, are going to catch up to John Cox? Exciting day. Super exciting.
Absolutely, guys. And we are going to be going live on the water in just a moment here. But all you guys at home watching, make sure you're hashtagging FLW Live and FLW Fishing, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We're going to be checking those posts, putting them up on the screen and stuff, and interacting with you guys that are all at home with your bags of chips, your sodas, tuning in first thing in the morning on the couch and watching this live coverage with us. But first, let's break down the season. We've got quite the season this year. We started out at Lake Guntersville.
Yeah.
Then we moved to Lake Travis. And now, obviously, we're at the Harris Chain. We've got quite a lot of fishable water in this one. We'll be heading to Lake Cumberland, Beaver Lake, Mississippi River, the Potomac River, and then we're finishing the season with the Forest Wood Cup at Lake Murray.
Yep, Forest Wood Cup at Lake Murray. And there it is, August 9th through the 13th. Lake Murray, South Carolina. That is the coup de grace. That's what all these guys are right now in that hunt for winning about the points race. You know, the points race, points. Notably, right now, the guy that's won the last 2 events, Mark Rose, right now, hey, he finished 65th in this event. So there's some room open, and Brian Thrift is currently in 2nd or 3rd place, I believe, right now. And look at this. He's the guy that's had a good run for the last 2 events. And now you're wondering, hey, this Angler of the Year race, that points race, it's all building up now. We've added a 7th event this year. So these guys get to fish one more event towards that FLW Cup. It's cool.
Absolutely. And this is as we go to the 3rd event, we're really looking at that Angler of the Year race. We're almost halfway through the season now. We're getting to that halfway point. Now points are really starting to matter. How did you start your season? How significant is this going to be? But now let's take a look. We've got a lot of lakes. Byron, you have some experience out here. Let me know about what's going on out there.
You know, this is a neat string of lakes right here, a chain of lakes, they call it, the Harris Chain. As you're going up the lake here, you have islands at the main Lake Harris. You know, you can cut through these, you go under these bridges, you go through these canals. There's so many off the beaten track side waters. I promise you, every fishable canal in this whole chain of lakes has been just beat to death the last 2 days with guys looking for bedfish. And I can see the lake now, those certain little corners and cuts and nooks and crannies. And some of the guys are saying, hey, I'm running all the way down to what we call the Apopka canals at the very end of the Harris Chain. It's a long run, especially because you have to idle through these canals. Lots of boats, lots of houses, a lot of docks. Right there you see those little marina type looking things, these little fingers of lakes. It's an amazing fishery. And now we're getting these guys that are saying, I'm pulling out of those canals. Those canals have been just torn apart with 168 boats fishing it for the last 2 days. So now you got guys that are saying, I'm going to get offshore or fish grass lines, and I think I can catch fish that are post-spawn. This is the end of the spawning season. You know, even though we're going into a full moon, right now, a lot of these fish are pulling back out into these main lakes that you see here and getting on grass lines. And they're setting up now for what they're going to do for the rest of the spring and go into their summer patterns. It's a transition in Florida, you know, this time of year when it's pretty much over. February, March, they're done with the spawn. They're starting to think, hey, it's getting warm down there. It's time to set up. And that's the neat part about this event is, will that prevail or will the bed fishing still hold? And guys are going to do some different things this tournament. Guys will fish early, trying to catch a limit. And with bed fishing, a lot of the stuff happens from 11 o'clock on. So 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, that's when those fish do make a move. They do push up, and you'll get pairs. You know, the female and the male starting to pair up with each other. And so guys are saying, I'm going to go out, I'm going to look around, I'm going to fish the sight fish later in the day.
Absolutely. And that sight fishing and Harris Lake Chains in general, the name that comes up is Cox. That is the man to beat in this lake. And right now we're going to have some footage of of some of the fish catches he's had over the last 2 days. And this guy, he is 100% sight fishing. And these, you can see, he's in these canals you're talking about, Byron.
That really does look like the Apopka canals down there. In fact, those are I know that house. Yeah, I know where he's at. I had to see that house to know, okay, now I know the exact stretch he's on. That's a stretch down there called the Apopka canals that are at the bottom of that lake. You go through Lake Dortch to get to them. An amazing place. And here's the thing with sight fishing. Those fish spawn every year at the same places. They're like salmon. They're predictable. You can actually go, if the water level stays the same, you can go back again and again year after year, and that bed is going to be at the exact same spot. The same little tule, the same little sandy point, whatever it is. And John Cox lives down there. This is his backyard. He's able to take his memory of all the bedfish he's caught through all the years and all the tournaments he's won on the Harris chain of lakes. And now he can go back and just drive down and say, I remember there was a bed over there. Pull into that side, go over there, look, see if he sees one, flip in there and catch them. And because the water level is always the same, it's pretty stable there. And because these fish spawn every single year in the exact same spot, like a salmon, you know, going back to its same spot. It's a phenomenon that has always blown me away, and I'm sure John Cox is loving being down on the Harris chain, looking at all his familiar old, you know, bed fishing spots from back in the day.
Absolutely, and things even played even more into his hands with the pre-fishing. Yes, we had really, really strong winds all throughout pre-fish. Coming out of the east, it made most of the west side of all the lakes pretty much unfishable.
Exactly.
And now, so that clumped all our field up into smaller areas. So they all fished that area, beat up on each other. But on that off day, and then the first day of the tournament, the wind settled down, things started to clear up. But all those anglers had spent all their time pre-fishing on the east side of the lakes. Well, someone like Cox that knows the areas, he was able to go into those areas and kind of have that water to himself.
True.
So definitely a strength for him on day 1 and day 2. But now as we move into 3 and 4, when our field is limited, we have less guys. All those spots are getting less pressure that have really been hit hard. And so now some of these anglers that had a lot of guys around them throughout the first 2 days are going to have a little breathing room. So we might see a little bit bigger limits coming out of those guys now that they don't have that heavily pressured water going.
That's a great point, Travis. And to that point, these guys are saying, you know, are there any more bedfish coming? John Cox did say yesterday, I'm not seeing as many males coming up. You know, at the end of the day, you're looking for a new group of fish coming. The moon phase is right. The fish should be coming. He's kind of discouraged. At least he was, according to the media. Now, he could be sandbagging because we know fishermen don't always tell the truth. So it's real easy to sit there and have this amazing feeling inside saying, I feel like I'm really going to catch him. But at the same time, you tell the media, I'm not on him. And here, take a look at the leaderboard unofficially. Not a lot of changes right now. John Cox leading it. Shane LeHew is in second place. He's still in second place. Brian Thrift, now
no surprise there.
Yeah, now doing very well for Angler of the Year race, having done, you know, what was he, the last 2 events? He had great finishes, and now he's in third for this one. Josh Weaver, go ahead.
Jim Moynia, all the way from Minnesota. Now he's making a little bit of a move. He's moved up 1 spot, so that's kind of some movement we're seeing right there. You know, JT Kenny, he's lost some big fish already in this tournament, and obviously doing well. But he laughed during weigh-ins. He said he is a crouching tiger right now. He feels good about everything going on. He's just waiting for people to slip ahead of him, and he's going to pounce on them.
Super dangerous guy, by the way, out of Palm Bay, Florida. This guy is a Florida freak. Yes. I know him real well. He is highly dangerous on any Florida lake on any day.
Nice. Yes, absolutely. And then, you know, moving down the list, we got Matt Reed, Carl Jacobson from the land down under, our Aussie man.
Jokumsen. Carl's fan club has to get us in on that. I've heard a million pronunciations of that name.
Nice.
But the Australian contingency needs to hit us up this morning.
Yes, they do, because he's very active on social media as well. So I'd really like to see any of you guys watching and rooting for Carl. Make sure you're hashtagging FLW Live, and let's see your setup, and let's see where people are watching from.
Yeah, okay, so he's Australia. What time is it in Australia right now? Could you imagine? They're probably watching this at lunchtime, or is it dinner time in Australia? I don't even know. But anyway, right now they're probably watching FLW Live. People are watching all around the world watching this event, which is really kind of cool.
Absolutely.
As people coming in from all over.
Yep. And you guys, all of you guys watching at home right now, you tuned in because you wanted to watch live coverage. And Byron, it's time to get on the water. And we're going to the man that has really got an amazing streak going, and that's Brian Thrift. Right now, he currently has the record for most consecutive top 10 tour events dating back to 2016. So he has 4, and this is an active record right now. He has 4 consecutive top 10 tour finishes. And if he finishes out in the top 10, if he makes day 4 tomorrow, he'll beat his own record, extending it to 5 in a row.
It's amazing. This guy is when you're in the zone and you're on fire. They call him smoke on the water. A, because he drives a boat real fast, fishes a million spots. He also likes to, have a cigarette every now and then. I'm not gonna lie, and does it off camera most of the time. But smoke on the water is taking on a new meaning with this guy. He is on fire consistently and dangerous. I mean, the absolute favorite for Angler of the Year right now, as far as the points are concerned, and having great finishes all the way through, dominating so far this year. It's awesome to see him doing it yet again. Just shows how good he really is.
And right there, we've got 2 in the live well right now. So off to a pretty good start. One of those unofficially is a 3-pounder, so not a bad fish.
And you see right here, this is what we're talking about. A lot of these guys are going to go try to catch fish early and let that sun get up and then go looking for their bed fish. The key time to find a big female is the last 2 or 3 hours of a day. And then, you start on it the next day. If you're practicing, you start on the next day. But now that you're in tournament mode, day 3.
Well, I finally got to my area here in Griffin, and I'm kind of feeling all right. It's kind of started out about like it did yesterday. I've had 4 bites so far and got 2 keepers already, so it's kind of going right along pace about with what we've been seeing. The 2 I've got are both small, and had 1 good bite, but we didn't get him, and hopefully we can get a couple more good bites and get them in the boat. The fish are just kind of slapping at the bait. I noticed that yesterday. The first day when you'd hook one, they'd have the crankbait or the trimmer so far in their mouth when they came up and jumped, they'd be slinging blood when they shook their head. And the last 2 days, if they had like 1 hook in them or something like that, it's like they're just nipping at it. So we have to change up and drag a worm around or drag that Demiki stinger real slow and see if we can't pick what few that are left here off.
Great story about him. He came in late for this event.
It's just a big grass flat. It's like 4.5, 5 foot deep. We've got scattered grass, hydrilla and eelgrass, and that's pretty much all it is, about like everything else on the lake.
When you're driving down from the north, the first lake you come to is Lake Griffin, where he's sitting now. He was coming in late, so because he had just got done fishing Lake Seminole in Georgia, so he's coming down, being late to get to Harris Chain. Stops at the first lake he comes to, which is Griffin, on a Sunday. And in that afternoon, he caught several fish, 2 or 3 pounders. Then he went into the Harris Chain, saw what a circus it was down there, came back up to Griffin on the last day of practice, had another good day and said, that's it, I'm done, this is where I'm gonna be fishing. But found these fish and decided to fish this lake strictly because he was coming into the Harris Chain later than everybody else and only had a half day to practice on Sunday. And said, let me just stop at the very first lake I can get to. So pulled his rig in, found the nearest launch ramp, dropped at the most northern lake on the Harris Chain, and pulled his boat in the water, went out there and felt real good about it. Probably didn't have nearly the amount of boats because where everybody else is headed south and fishing the Harris Chain, you have to head north, go up through these canals, and we'll go way up north and get around into Griffin. It's a big commitment to get up there, but you don't have nearly the boats up there. And what's dangerous about Brian Thrift, he said, I haven't really figured them out yet. That's dangerous. He goes, Byron, I just have not figured them out yet. So you got to wonder, that could mean watch out the next 2 days.
Yes, and you know what? That is typical. He's always learning. He's out there. He's a student of what the fish are currently doing, and he just gave us a little more insight than he usually does right there. He says, I noticed these fish are nipping at it a little bit more before they were choking it. He pays attention to all those little things, whether it's subtle little changes he's got to make with his baits, the cadence, but he's a guy that day 3, day 4 will excel in these tournaments because he makes those little adjustments and really dials them in throughout the tournament and obviously has these strong finishes, which
that's what makes those strong finishes happen.
Yes.
His ability to follow the fish through the pressure. You're exactly right, Travis. When 160 some odd boats get out there and really just beat a lake up, it's those anglers that don't chase what was happening, but actually react to everything that's currently happening. And he is so good right now, and that's where you're in the zone. You can't make a bad mistake when you're in the zone. When you're on fire like he is right now, your adjustments are perfectly in line with what those fish are doing.
And you can see right now he's fishing offshore. Thrift, Weaver, and Dortch are all anglers that have. They look like they almost have a nice hook set right there. The three of
wood
them.
out here too.
Wood is
I'm
a
good
rarity.
at finding it.
That's a rarity. There's not a lot of wood in Harris chain.
He's one of our anglers fishing offshore, and those guys, the three of them have had a lot of action first thing in the morning when you've had that fog. There's been a lot of fog first thing in the morning, a little bit of breeze. They've been reporting catching, I mean, they're really targeting those post-spawn bass, which there's a lot of them. We've had the majority of bass have spawned up to this point. But then all three of these anglers that are doing this offshore stuff have reported every once in a while catching a huge, healthy pre-spawn bass that they know haven't even moved up and laid the eggs. So that's, that's something that lends itself towards Cox as well. That he only needs 10 fish to win this tournament. He only needs to find 10 more good ones, and so there is more fish moving up for sure.
We ain't got to talk about that, Gil.
I think somebody might have asked him what he was throwing. We don't need to talk about that just yet. See, he knows he's live now. That's interesting because there's only 20 guys out on the lake today now. So you're fishing to the top 10, but he's going to still keep it kind of mums up on what exactly he's either doing or what he's keying on. Cagey dude.
And we said earlier, Thrift has caught 2 fish so far this morning, and here is one of those. Let's see if we can't see what he's using right here, too.
That's our best chance to see. Little square bill.
Yeah.
Put your foot on him. He's gonna make him a halibut. Look, he's smushing him.
Yeah, he's got a little square bill. I like that little zoom in. We get a little sneak peek of what he's got there.
And see, gold is the deal. If you're ever fishing Florida, have a little copper, have a little gold in your bait. That is such a key deal at every body of water down there. Can't stress enough how good it is to have a copper or gold in your bait.
Now we're looking, once again, a live look. We have Brian Thrift here. And we get to see, it's always fun going to Thrift's boat. You see all his rods lined up perfectly.
Chris Jones,
in order.
AKA the legend, the weighmaster, the legend, Chris Jones. He made a point of how this guy has OCD. And you kicked me off on that one. Those rods have to be exactly 2 inches apart. And Chris is the one that told me, he goes, look at his deck of his, he's got a couple laying off to the side. That's probably driving him crazy, but his uniform rod situation, he likes them in order. He likes them parallel along each other. He doesn't want the rod tips touching each other when he's running down the lake. It's good stuff, Brian Thrift. Thank you, Chris Jones. Anybody get out there today to the weigh-in? Tell the legend I said hi.
Chris Jones, shout out. He's a big fan of FLW Live. He's watching right now, so we got a little quick shout out.
You think he's one of your potato chip eaters? You think he's over there eating some chips right now because you said get a cup of coffee and a potato chip in the morning?
He's sitting there in one of the trailers just eating a big old bag of Lay's and
shout out to Jones, the legend.
Enjoying the live coverage. He is. I guess this is a good time, you guys. Make sure you tune in after we leave you guys with live. We'll be picking back up with live actual coverage for the weigh-in, and you guys will see how this day 3 plays out. And now, right now, we've got 20 anglers fishing today, but tomorrow we're cutting that in half. We'll be going down to our top 10 for the final day. I love this. I feel like we're just standing on the boat with Brian right now.
Exactly.
I feel like I can whisper in his ear, Brian, yes, over to the left. Oh, he heard me. And just a heads up, looking over at the unofficial leaderboard, we've got a leaderboard here in the studio that we will be showing you guys throughout the live feed. But right now, I'm showing Shane LeHew.
What's that?
He's our unofficial leader. He's the first guy that we have that's gotten the limit so far this morning.
We got a little more wind today, and I don't know what that's going to do to it. Yesterday the wind blew out of the west, and today I think it's blowing straight out of the northeast. I didn't think it would really affect where I'm fishing because I'm kind of protected. And the first day of the tournament it was slick calm, and I caught them pretty good out here. So I was kind of hoping it would be slick again, just because I think that would make it tougher on everybody else as far as catching fish in open water. It'd benefit the bed fishermen, but I don't think it would bother me either way. But pretty much everything I've caught in the last 2 days has come from this area of the lake, and I don't know if there's a whole lot left, but I had to at least come check it out. I've had one good bite today already, and we've got 5 or 6 hours left of fishing, so hopefully we can get 5 more good bites. And then again, we may have to pull an audible sometime. I don't know. It's a full moon. The fish should be, if there's still some left to spawn, they should be getting ready to pull up with this full moon this week. So I may go fish some pads and some canals and see if I can find some bedding fish today too. Just gotta play it by ear. And
Such an important thing right there. Even though most of his fish have come out of there for the last 2 days, see how quick he's willing to leave this area and move on and go fish some pads. He's probably hasn't even fished this week, and just go looking for bedfish he hasn't even done this week. I mean, that's what's putting Brian Thrift in such a great position, not only in this event, but this year, these other events. He doesn't stick long with anything that brought him to the dance. He's looking for that new dance. He's looking for that next thing, and he'll just go fishing. Middle of the third day, you know, over $100,000 on the line, currently in third, he's going to go fish new water. That's just that's what's making him such a strong angler. He's confident he can just take off and go flip some pads and go look for some bedfish. And
hitting that one I know right where it's at, but a fish should live on it, so I keep throwing at it and getting hung.
got himself a little milk market run right there. Let himself a little spot to toss at it. One target in the middle of that big flat there in Florida.
Yep.
There, one little stump. That's his glory spot right there.
And now we're actually going to leave him. We're going to go over to our current unofficial leader, Shane LeHew. And he's one of our college guys here. He came up through the college ranks a few years back. So any of you guys watching right now at the UNC Charlotte, hopefully you guys are supporting your boy. And go Norm the Niners, mascot over at Charlotte there. Well, we might be getting some audio here. Let's see if Shane's got something to bring us in on.
He's talking.
Josh Weaver yesterday. He told me that he got on a shad spawn deal, so I think this is kind of similar. I've actually caught most of my fish on a rattle trap, which I haven't caught a fish on yet this week. I don't have any big fish. The biggest might be 2 3/4.
This dude weighed a 23-pound, 15-ounce bag on day one. It's the largest limit he's ever weighed in any tour competition. I got to tell you, 23.15. See, I see he's talking, but 23.15 day one. What a bag to catch in Florida on day
Really
one.
helped.
Absolutely.
Now the wind's picked up. I'm trying it again, but I haven't seen the shad here in the last 30 minutes. If it's anything like the shad spawn at home, usually it dies pretty quick in the morning.
Oh, is that true? Shad spawn. It's the first we heard of that.
And Shane's been doing most of his work bed fishing. And so obviously that first thing in the morning, he's throwing some more reaction stuff. But we will most likely see him move into the canals and or up shallow, really looking for those bedding fish.
And see, but what a great thing. He said Weaver turned him on to the shad spawn. And a shad spawn is a first thing in the morning deal. You know, these lakes, these shad spawn at daylight. You know, foggy days like you're talking about, great. Low light conditions, great. But shad spawns are quick and early. And then after that, when you got fish in the well, and you can go bed fishing comfortably after wiping out a shad spawn, and then the sun pops up, the shad spawn's over, and now you can go bed fishing. What a great 1-2 punch.
Shane's actually an interesting, he's like an FLW prodigy. I mean, he's like the definition of what the FLW program is all about. He has fished pretty much every level that you can fish in the FLW, and since he was, I don't even remember, like grade school, and a lot of success at the collegiate level. He won the Southeastern 2013 FLW college event on Lake Gunnersville, and then took runner-up, second place in 2013 for the FLW College National Championship at Beaver Lake. So this guy has had success at every level. I mean, he really does represent working his way up and stuff, and really happy to see him having success at this level. Currently 16th in the Angler of the Year points race as well, so really having a strong start to this season.
These are the dangerous kids. These are, as a guy that was on the tour for the last 20, 30 years, you see these kids coming up behind you, and they are, it just makes you feel old and makes you feel outdated. It makes you feel, they know about baits you haven't heard about yet. Yeah. They ask you about, they'll come to me and talk about swim baits. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm still throwing the old dinosaur swim baits. And they look at me like, wow, you poor old man. This is the dangerous new generation of anglers that are out there right now. Shane LeHew representing that.
Now, Byron, maybe you can add on this, but he's been bed fishing. That's how he's been making his, that's how he's put a lot of his weight together. And he's actually been fishing. There's two kinds of really bed fishing, which is really common for these Florida lakes. There's the clear water where you can actually sight fish them and literally see the fish. Mm-hmm. But then, and that's been real popular in the canals. Mm-hmm. But then when you move in main lakes, the water clarity isn't as good and you can't always see these fish. So you're kind of blind casting, but you're still bed fishing. You're finding areas that you know that bed fish, there's a high probability there's gonna be a bed fish. Maybe even your bait gets tapped a couple times. You know there's a fish there and you keep casting to it. That's really what he's been transitioning back and forth. And it's an interesting point. There are two different styles of bed fishing going on at this event right now. Exactly right.
Couldn't have said it better. And multiple casts of the same target, looking for a thump or a tap. If you catch a small one, you fire back in there because there might be a female there. You remember your cast. To your point, it's a blind cast. So you'll assume that they're paired up. You catch a 2-pounder, 3-pounder, you say that might be the male. You take multiple, normally fishing conditions, you catch a 2 or 3-pounder, you move on. But when you're doing what we're talking about, which is dirty water, stained water, sight fishing, you catch a fish, you immediately assume, I need to flip that set of pads. Like say there was a bed right there where you see Shane fishing. Mm-hmm. If I caught like a 2 or 3-pounder right there where he's right off to the left of where we're looking at him, I'd fire back in there several more times. You might catch a 6, 7, 8-pounder right behind it because just like sight fishing in clear water, that big female moves up and she protects the bed. So you have to repeat your cast in that dirty water because you just don't know for sure whether you're fishing just the male or you actually found yourself a pair, you already caught the male, and the big surprise comes on your next couple casts. And again, also to what you said, if you get a tap, you immediately focus on where you got that tap and make sure you make multiple casts to that one bump or one tap, and you'll catch that fish. And they're easier to catch because they don't see you. The water's stained. They have they're much more aggressive because the water, they don't have the visibility they have. So if they sense something anywhere near the bed,
oh, fish on, here we go.
Again, little gold rattle trap. Gold, 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 gold. Because of the golden shiner, that is so indigenous to South Florida or to Florida lakes, gold is the key. We've seen it in 2 of the hard baits already that Thrift is throwing and he's throwing. You've got to have some kind of gold or bronze or in any of those baits.
He helps.
Little call.
Not by a lot.
bit is one step closer to day 4.
Pressure helps. Yeah,
And on our unofficial leaderboard, he's still the only one with a limit right now. So really off to a good start today, and getting himself a nice cushion like you talked about. Then when he moves over to that bed fishing stuff, he just really can fish
definitely
it comfortably.
post-spawn fish.
Post-spawn.
Just about all of them.
And when they're coming off the bed like
Caught
that,
them been super skinny.
Still live.
Yeah.
the shad spawn is such a key thing. Right when they go off the beds, they're going to run to those shad
Well, the first
spawns.
one on FLW Live wasn't an 8-pounder, but
It's okay, buddy. We love you. It wasn't an 8-pounder, but we love you, man. You're putting on a show. Put on a clinic, baby. This guy's putting on a clinic this morning.
And he doesn't even know right now. He is our unofficial leader. You are leading day 3 of the FLW Tour right now, man.
And it's a great situation because, like I said, 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock is when the bed fishing bite lights up. I mean, that's when things get really good. And every day, if you can have 5 in the well before 10 o'clock and still have the rest of the day to bed fish however you want, it slows you down, it relaxes you. Kickers are going to come in. So many times in these sight fishing tournaments, guys talk about catching giants in the last day. I had a tournament out west. I caught a 9-pounder, almost a 10, and I didn't have time to put it in the live well. I had to drive to the check-in boat, and we're still trying to stuff it in the live well. I went to the back, I grabbed any fish I could put my hands on. I think I had like a 3-pounder in there. I just grabbed a 3-pounder like a bear and flipped it out of the well, and the 9-pounder was stuck in the net. And we were right around the corner from the check-in boat. So we put it on, ran to the check-in boat, and we're still trying to get this 9-pounder untangled. That was a bed fishing tournament at the check-in place. And that's the kind of stuff that happens on sight fishing tournaments. It's so exciting.
And picking up that worm, you know, I don't know what he sees there, but it's definitely, it made him want to zone in on that a little bit more. A lot of the anglers talking about, you see those kind of sparse pads and everything right there. They're really casting towards the roots of those things, the base of those things. And that's going to be where you're seeing a lot of beds and stuff. And if you get nipped out on one of those, then you just keep casting over and over and over again to it.
Yeah, they create a good root system. What happens is those pads and those stems come down, they create a good root system. That root system is a fantastic place for these fish to spawn because they can fan out that area. They got a nice little hard spot with those things. It tells you it has a good, healthy bottom for spawning. So you're blind casting. To your point, exactly what you said earlier, he's blind casting. He's not looking at bed fish, but he's assuming there could be some spawning fish in and around these pad stems right here where he had the shad spawn going on. Keeping it honest, if you will.
My phone's actually blowing up. We're starting to get a little social media buzz going on right now.
Is your FLW live thing going on? Your Mr. Hashtag thing?
I got 2 of my buddies in California right now getting ready for a tournament, and they're sitting on the water waiting for their blast off, watching FLW Live. I got to throw a shout out to Andrew Shadig and Zach Elwright. Good luck today out at Clear Lake.
Oh no, not Clear Lake! Don't hurt me like that. Go to the corner, boys.
Go to the corner.
Leave Lakeport. Go to your right. Go to the corner and throw swim baits. There's a clump of grass out there I love.
Yep.
John Cox. Now check this out on a split screen. Cox is in one of the locks, and you're locking through. You got certain places on this chain of rivers you have to pull in. You see them right up against the cement wall. They're going to close the doors, and they're going to. Well, it looks like the water's down right now. He's going to be going up into another lake or another river system. So he's set up in a lock right now. Once they close the gates, you're allowed to work on your tackle, do whatever you need, and you wait for the lockmaster when he closes the gates to raise that water up to that dirt line you see there, and then the gates will open up, and you'll be in another body of water. And they do this for flood control, and they do this for lake management, water level. They want to manage the water level at all the different chains. So he's in one of the locks there at the Harris chain.
Yep. And I'm not even completely sure that John Cox has even started fishing yet. I think he's trying to get all the way to his first spot.
It is a big one.
Big one.
We're going to
Shane
watch
LeHew.
Shane LeHew pulling this last fish
Stay
here.
down.
He said it's a big one.
God dang it.
Sorry. Oh.
And there's a little heartbreak with live coverage.
That was painful, dude. It's hard to watch on live speed. I'm sick right now.
And watching the split screen right now, we're watching LeHew lose big fish here. We're watching Cox tie his gear and wait.
Look, he threw back to the same spot.
Why am I losing?
Bedfish. See, he might have a bedfish there.
He just dropped the
Even
power
if you
poles.
lose them, you can still catch them. You can lose a fish. It makes the fish mad, and he goes back to the bed. You could catch that fish. Again, if it's a bedfish. Even though it came off halfway to the boat.
Oh, I found him. Look at that right there.
Come on, man. I'd like to see a fish bite again. Oh, no, he's throwing a trap. Wow. You hit a little spot of them right there. Fish are in packs. See, what he's got there is he's had 3 bites in the last 4 casts or so. So he's got a pack of fish. A lot of times your biggest fish will be the first fish that bites. You'll lose the big one, you'll catch the little ones behind it.
He's fatter.
When they roam in packs like that.
This was 4 pounder.
Yeah.
Gotta get back in there.
Shane LeHew, 28 years old. This guy is, like you said, been coming through the ranks.
And really getting some rhythm. I think this is important for him right now. Even though he's just doing little culls, any kind of culling is getting you to the point where you need to go. And look, he just swung into another one.
You know, one thing these guys have to be careful about is fish management and fish counting. Because when you're catching them this fast, you better make sure you only have 5 in the well. There have been times where you get your 6th fish and you kind of lose count because this is fast and furious, especially in a shad spawn in the mornings. One of the rules on any of these tournaments is that you cannot make another cast with 6 fish in your live well. Oh man, he's got to be sick about that first one. These guys have to cull before they make another cast or run the boat or do anything once you get to 5, you see the culling going on right now. You got to have 5 fish in the well. Get rid of once you catch number 6, you let the number 5 fish go, your smallest fish, and start building that weight within those 5. Don't make another cast. Don't run down the lake. Don't start that big motor because that will get you a little bit of trouble. With Mr. Bill Taylor and the FLW folks back at the marina.
And we were going to be queuing up a little bit of a break here, but with Shane getting a little bit of action going on right now, we've been staying with him a little bit.
Don't leave, Shane. Come on now. I don't want to go on break. I'm sure everybody at home's like, don't take a break.
Yeah.
Homeboy's catching them. Let's stick with Shane. Oh, we're going to a break right after he loses a 4-pounder. We'll be right back. Who needs coffee when you watch? I don't need a coffee shot right now. I need to see another big one get hooked.
All right, guys, we are going to find out if he catches, if he finally hooks into that big one he's looking for right after this quick break. So we will be back with more FLW live action in just a minute.
find than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
A full field of tournament anglers are ready to try their best to capture some magic on the legendary Tennessee River fishery known as Guntersville Lake.
This Tennessee River, man, they're so healthy. Look at that hammer.
And while a few get off to a hot start, the cold weather has everyone fishing slow, hoping for that big bite.
What do you think about that?
It's the 2017 FLW Tour season opener on Guntersville Lake, presented by Lowrance.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Hey, thanks, Dame. Out of office? Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the other line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Day 3, third stop on the FLW Tour.
Right back at it.
Yes.
Look who we're back at.
And we're here, back with Shane LeHew. And we left him in some fish, and we're going to see if he's still in the action. Now, remember, a few moments ago, right before we went to break, he actually lost what he said was a real big one. And we could see it. We could see it jump. So still in the exact same spot, making more casts. Hopefully, he plucks some smaller ones.
And you can tell by the way he's fishing right now, he's actually got those poles down. When you see a guy not on his trolling motor, he's now fishing those power poles that you see like on the other boat right there in front of you off to his left. Those poles are down, but here we are. Replay of this big one he has on. He's pretty excited about this one.
God, it is a big one.
Right here, watch this fish coming in.
It's jumping. This fish is hot.
Stay down.
Oh,
Dang it.
that was a good fish right there. And that's the problem with those lipless crankbaits, man.
Part of the game.
They are. It really is.
Yeah, I didn't think they were bass. They kept blowing up, and I was like, I'm going to go out there and throw a rattle trap.
Are a must. You can put them down, and you can just fan cast the area and fish the area like you're fishing off a dock now. You don't need to
There's
worry
a
about
big
boat
group
position,
of
you
them
got
right
the wind
here.
blowing.
I was starting to think you can't catch any big ones doing it, but then I just dumped that 4-pounder. It was 3.5, but then I'd have a decent bag if I would have caught him. No, I lost a 3.5. 4-pounder somewhere in there.
guys are saying, a little bit more wind today. That wind right there is key for these guys that are cranking and winding. They were excited about, the forecast for a breeze on day 3 here at Harris Chain of Lakes. And that kind of plays into this whole, winding and grinding deal. You get that little breeze on the water, you get those fish a little more active. And again, with those power poles down, he can just sit back like this and fan cast the whole area and pick it apart. Wind to his back. It's a great place to be right there, where you can just make multiple casts all around and not have to worry about your boat position. One of the tricks here in Florida is to make as little noise as possible. You see all those boats running around out there? There's so much boat activity. These fish get really spooky. And smart anglers, Scott Martin taught me this actually. You pick up your poles, like he's doing right there. You drift down a little bit, and you put your poles back down. You see what I'm saying? You don't even hit your trolling motor hardly, because that right there will scare the fish. That. So you reposition yourself, and you put your poles down. Scott Martin, a long time ago, told me, he said, let the wind blow you, put the poles down, fish the area. Pick up the poles, let the wind blow you, put the poles down.
When I'm fishing a little, it's a bunch of offshore hydrilla mixed in with some pads, just the same area I've been fishing. It's right here. I think they've got a little shad spawn going on. I just lost about a 3.5, 4 pounder, unfortunately, but I've caught 5 or 6 making the same cast. Seen a couple, as soon as I'd hook one, a couple more would come up and they'd blow up chasing bait.
What a lively area that is.
Usually I've started sight fishing at like about 10:30, just right there in that little canal actually. So I don't have to go far to do it, but I really believe I've burnt most of those fish. Just trying to make it to day 3. There may be some more pulling in, but all these I've caught though are. Oh, I just had one knock it. Gosh. All these have been definitely post-spawn.
Shane LeHew currently fishing the south end of Little Lake Harris. You leave Lake Harris, you go under a bridge and you come into Little Lake Harris. And there's a lot of canals out there, a lot of very, very productive spawning canals. And he's in the south corner of Little Lake Harris right now. Found a great area. If you got that mixture of vegetation and you got bait blowing up,
This wind's making it difficult.
hooking a
I
fish.
think the wind's going to help, but it's also hurting me on keeping the boat where I want it.
There's Little Lake Harris in the background right there. You're getting a good look at where exactly
Trying to
he's
stay way
at.
off of him too.
Got a corner down there that's got hydrilla as well as pad stems.
And actually, 3 of our top 5 anglers to start the day are all fishing that Little Harris Lake down there. Obviously LeHew, and then Weaver and Dortch as well.
Tell you, losing a fish like that, a 3.5, 4 pounder, that's the kind of fish that'll make you. If you end this tournament in second place by just a few ounces, those are the ones that break your heart. Because you can look back and say, on day 3, I lost that big one, quality fish. Would have dumped it, taken a 1.5 pound fish out of my well and put a 3.5 in there. That's a 2.5 pound bonus.
Yep.
And boy, second place always makes you just start kicking yourself for those fish you lost.
Now we're moving over to our. We get to see John Cox actually doing some fishing here, and this has been typical. This has been what he's been doing.
Wait. You said fishing. There's no fishing going on here. We get to see John Cox doing absolutely no fishing. This is called turn and burn, baby, looking. You fish with your eyes. I guess he's like an osprey right now.
Yep.
He's doing the osprey.
And this is what he's been doing. Let's see if he has anything to say here, but I talked to his day 1 co-angler, Josh Lockhart, and he said it was a blast fishing with him, but they just covered a lot of water. He's going down those banks on high, just looking for fish.
This is where you can actually sight fish with your eyes. You can pick your limits with your eyes.
Right there.
Yeah.
Here's an earlier catch from them.
A little black snake, water snake.
Oh boy.
A little earlier action right there, sight fishing.
There we go. We got one down.
It'd be cool if a 10-pounder came up at 80.
Swallowed it.
Nice. Now, right now we've got him unofficially at 3 fish. So this was one of those 3 fish in that limit. And he's currently our unofficial leader. He's taken back, he's taken back that #1 spot that he started in this morning.
I want to point something out here, unless he starts talking. John Cox has the perfect boat for sight fishing. And what I mean by that, it's a smaller boat, it's lightweight, it's aluminum, little crestliner. He can move around. If you've ever gone sight fishing in a smaller, lighter boat, you'll appreciate how much better it is. Maneuverability, it drafts less water. You can spin around on a dime.
Should have threw something on the bank.
You know, the first time I won the U.S. Open, I won it in a little 17-foot or a fiberglass boat with a little 150 on there. It was like fishing on a skate.
You know, I've just, you know, I've fished over here my entire life, and you know, and right now this area's got more clean water than anywhere. I mean, than it's ever has, and so I'm kind of, you know, I really like the way it looks over here, and you know, and I'm just moving around, just covering a ton of water, and you know, and running into some really nice fish throughout the day.
And Cox has already talked about he's kind of pot committed. He says he's going to try to do that bed fishing game through the rest of this tournament. That's what he thinks is going to give him the best chance at winning this thing. And then you've got a handful of anglers in the top 5 that are not fishing. They're fishing those post-spawn fish, and so but they've been moving up. They've been doing a little bit better as this tournament moves on. And so it's really going to be, does Cox have enough? Is he going to be able to find 10 more fish to hold on to that lead, or some of these other guys?
It's like the light changed.
Going to close.
Look what I mean with maneuverability. Look at that. You know how much harder that is to do in a full-size bass boat? And guys, if you're watching this and you want to have
the main thing, you know, this week it's hard. You know, you'll see some really big fish, and it's hard to pass up some of these ones that aren't ready, or just not that aren't going to be catchable. You know, it's hard to leave them and go on to another one. But you just kind of have to see if you think you can catch it and move on.
Where you just pick out the fish you want with your eyes. You can let all those little small 12 and 13 inches swim by. You leave the males alone, hoping they attract a female. There's the beds right there. You can see those little white spots. Those are the white spots right there where you see in Florida, the dark is all the mud, mucky stuff, and those little white sand spots are your beds. And you know, there's tilapia out there too. So you have tilapia beds, and you also have largemouth beds. And the tilapia are more of a round, deep dish, pan-looking bed. Looks more like a frisbee or a saucer and a bowl in the middle of it. But beautiful, beautiful clear water. And where he's fishing right now, usually that water is a lot darker. You have to go further back to get to the clean water. Look, he just spotted another one. Now watch how fast that little boat turns on it. Like I was saying earlier, if you guys have access to a small boat in the springtime, sight fishing on a small boat, so much better. See that? There you go. He spotted one, and look how fast he made that. I call it the Crazy Ivan. You remember the Red October, Hunt for Red October?
Yes.
You see the fish.
Well, we saw a great big one.
Now,
I don't know if she just took off and not coming back or what.
Sean Connery, Crazy Ivan. You know, the submarine turns back around?
Yep.
You see the bass, you do a Crazy Ivan. Turn back around on him. Nice shot of the beds right there, the water. Like I was saying, these canals, he's saying, are so much clearer. Where he's at now, normally, when you're idling into these canals, there's so much dirty water. You have to dive through these dirty waters to get to the back where it's clear, so it really compressed your sight fishing options to the very backs of these canals. And this year he said it's unusual that they're this much clearer further out.
Yeah, we've had a lot warmer weather out in Florida, real mild winter. And so that's had a lot of these fish spawning early. Cox has the full moon going in his favor, or should be in his favor.
Sure.
But he's reported that he hasn't seen as much activity. He hasn't seen a lot of cruising fish getting ready to move up that he would typically see coming this close into a full moon. So once again, that's the big question. Is he going to be able to squeeze out 10 more fish in this tournament to seal the deal?
He's really trying to dial in this one fish. You know, he must see there must be a large cruiser. He's looking to see if he can get this get this fish to position or lock on. That's your camera guy on the shoreline there.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And we have some fishing out of John Cox here.
He's gone multiple times past this fish. And there's the look. There's the osprey look. You set up like a game bird perched, ready to snatch that fish. Bed fishing now, you're looking at the fish and you're going to see how he reacts once you throw a bait in there.
He went by a couple times. He might have been just looking to see where that nest was, because that fish sounded like it was cruising a little more. It wasn't completely locked, and so he might be trying to figure out where that spot is that's really going to fire that fish up.
And it fires up when he goes by. You go by multiple times, you get the fish fired up by making passes back and forth. It stirs up the bluegill. It stirs up all the other little fish around there. They might come to the bed. So making multiple passes on a fish really gets that fish fired up pretty quickly. A lot of times you get that fish after you pass him 3 or 4 times.
All right, now we get to see the inside. This is why live is fun. We get to see these little adjustments he's going to make.
We get to check out his magic tackle box.
Yep.
Shameless plug.
Damn, she's coming over here to check me out. Oh, gosh.
One of the coolest things, you see his trolling motor sitting there? The female will come over and look at your trolling motor because it has the profile of a male bass, right? It's got the prop on it. That female a lot of times will swim over and look at you and especially look at your trolling motor because you got this pole going down. You got the head of your trolling motor looks like another fish. And I've had him come up and look at my trolling motor and then swim back to the bed. And it just happened to him. He just said it came over and looked at us. Oh my gosh. So this fish is acclimating itself to this new presence of him being there. Most importantly, I've always believed that trolling motor definitely gives off the profile of about a 8 to 10 inch bass sitting there. And the way I've seen him look at my trolling motor, I wish it had fins on it, a little like plate, look back at him.
I feel a little art project coming on for Byron. Let's check out it. I can't wait to see
A
your next
trolling motor
next time I
head with
see
a
you.
baby bass profile to it for the springtime. I'm telling you, whoever's watching this, FLW Live, paint it like a baby bass. Put gill plates on it, a little bit of red, because those fish will swim up and look at your trolling motor as if they're like, what is that thing doing sitting out there? They know you're there, they know the boat's there, but they want to see a little baby bass under your boat, which happens to be your trolling motor head. And you gotta wait for the fish to reset. So what he's doing now is he's waiting for that fish to get used to everything that's new there. His boat, camera guy on the bank, other boats down at the end of the canal.
We are all ready. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening, and this fish has to settle back down and start focusing on the bed and the intruder. And he keeps pitching that bait into that bed and creating that intrusion. and the fish has to become territorial again of the bed. I wonder if he's willing to give us some insight into how big that fish is. He hasn't, has he mentioned yet that is that a male? I wonder if that's a male or if he's looking at a female or if there's two of them.
He's referred to her as her. He's talked about she's coming to check us out, and so it's definitely he definitely believes it's the female. He's given us a thumbs up when he came around to it. So I think he wants this fish for sure. This is I think something that's really going to help him out. And if this fish would just cooperate, we can make it an instant social media superstar here. We've got so much coverage on this thing right now, on this one fish.
You know, I was just trolling down the bank and I saw this one. It's about a 5 or 6 pounder with a small male. I'm not too sure, you know, at first she seemed like she was really going to be interested, and I went by and she didn't really swim off fast, but you know, now she came over and took a look at me and swam back, and I haven't really seen her move back up there yet. But the male's in there, but we'll see if, you know, any second she might shoot in there.
You know, you can spend hours on these fish. There is no telling how long you commit to a fish like that or how much it becomes a dance. It really is. It's such a fun dance between you and that fish. You're pitching over to it and you're just watching to see if that fish gets reactionary again and gets up there. And the male, a lot of times you want to leave the male there. You don't even want to catch the male.
And there she went.
Huh. He found her.
You talked about the dance. Cox there's nobody that knows this dance better than Cox on the tour. And this is his wheelhouse. So this is going to be fun to see how long he manages these fish. How long does he stay? And any insight he gives us is just is gold, man. I'm really interested to see how he picks apart these nests and everything.
And you know what's great is finding a pair like this on a day like this when there's only 20 boats out there, that's only going to get better. Mm-hmm. You know, that sun gets up and those shadows go away. You see those shadows on that there. Cox, this is a great fish for Cox to catch an hour from now, 3 hours from now, 2 hours from now, the afternoon. That fish is setting up. That's a fish that he might catch, and if not now, he'll catch it a few hours from now because he doesn't have to worry about 6 other boats. You know, he doesn't have to do the dance with 163 guys.
And LeHew, it doesn't look like he's throwing that lipless anymore. It looks like he's maybe picked back up that worm.
And here's your first and second place right here. Cox has made a great, he has put himself so far ahead of second, third, fourth, and fifth place. Yeah, I just remembered something. You know, we've done a lot of sight fishing over the years, and one of the marshals said it's watching paint dry. You know, this is what you get as a marshal right here. Sight fishing, you look at what you see right there with Cox is making that one little flip over and over and over again, and just casting and pitching, and sitting perfectly still. It's not nearly as fun as what you see to the other side of your screen where you got Shane turning and burning and the breeze is blowing. He's casting and moving the boat around and firing. This is just pick, pick, pick.
Very slow fishing. But when I talked to Josh Lockhart, who was Cox's day one co-angler, when he weighed in that 25-pound bag, still the biggest bag of the tournament so far, he talked about how quick you have to be there with the net. As a co-angler, there's a lot of pressure because you pull up on that fish and it's slow. You make those fan casts, you kind of run out of water to fish as a co-angler, but you've got that net ready because this is not long casts. I mean, when he does set back on that hook, it's game on. That fish is hot, it's jumping all over, and you've got to be there ready with the net. A lot of pressure from the back of the boat.
That short distance, you're exactly right. Exactly right.
But Cox was having a lot of fun day one and day two. really focused while doing that. But then once that big explosion happens, those fish are jumping all over the place, you get it in the net, it's just pure joy at that point. You can breathe that sigh of relief knowing you have one more, and now you're going to go looking for the next one.
And you won the battle between the two of you. You won the dance.
So I just shook the male off. He's about a 2-pounder.
I'm
going to see if maybe she'll move back on there. Because lately, if you caught the male, then you'd pull him off and she wouldn't come back.
Super important there with sight fishing. You'd want to leave the males alone. Those males are magnets for females. And when you get into day 3, day 4, and you have males, leave the males alone. Even if, a 2-pounder would be great right now. He just shook it off. I've caught the males and let them go, even though I didn't have 5 fish. And that's a gamble. Clear Lake, where you were talking about your friends going today, catch the male, not even have 5 in the well, having a keeper in your hand, but knowing that you need to magnetize that female, letting that 2 or 3 pound male go and swim back to the bed, in hopes that later in the day he would draw a big female up. Very important in sight fishing. It's a great strategy point for those of you that are watching this. Leave those males alone. Do not catch them and put them in the well, because you can destroy a bed. That female will, the next 10 minutes, she'll be gone. He doesn't have 5 fish, and he's shaking males off.
Yeah, you're really talking some strategy right now, and this is a perfect time now. Let's talk about Byron's roadmap to victory here. What are the keys going to be to actually finishing this thing off and strategizing through 4 days of fishing?
Well, the General Tire Byron's roadmap to victory. Here it is, right in front of you on the thing. Sight fishing is the X factor. How is this going to play? Sight fishing is one of these things where guys are saying, man, I feel like it's over. I feel like it's done. These fish have pulled off. Even though it's a full moon, there's just not as many. Can you find enough fish in the afternoon? Will they regenerate? And if not, going into the second one, what is your backup plan? We just heard about a shad spawn. That's the first we heard about it. That backup plan is, what are you doing? Whether it's offshore, whether it's fishing some shallow stuff, getting into those shad spawns. The backup plan is anything else that you might have if you're not sight fishing. Guys are talking about doing both. Everybody we've heard, even if they're fishing offshore right now or just turning and burning in the morning on that shad spawn or just fishing flats, they're saying, I might go sight fishing later, which is the best time to do it. And then the weather, the Florida weather. The wind's starting to blow. Now we have what they're saying, the wind's blowing out of the north today. That's death a lot of times for a lot of Florida lakes. When you have a north wind blowing or even a breeze, once it flips out of the north, even if it's not changing the ambient temperature of the air, you're still getting a north wind blowing. And that could shut these fish down. They'll scratch roads and say, just the lightest wind coming out of the north instead of the south or the east or the west really makes these fish just kind of get like weird. It gives them a little bit of a headache or a cold, and that's, guys curse it. They go, it's a ripple. But the wind, can you see the fish in the wind? Is it going to be a little bit of overcast? Will there be any clouds in the sky, or will you still be able to sit there like we saw John Cox in that canal with no wind? He's in a clear water situation, so he's able to look at the fish, see the fish. Right now he's looking at a real good quality fish. He's only got 3 in the well. So he said, I found a few yesterday, a few new ones come up, and you can tell when they're new because they're white. They're a lighter color, and they come set up on the bed. So he's thinking he can go all day long sight fishing. Other guys are saying, hey, I'm going to do that other thing on the backup plan. I'm going to catch 5, and I'll go sight fishing in the afternoon. So those are the 3 keys right now to success. We'll see how they play out for the next few days, or the next day, because we got a day after this. So it's exciting stuff. This is a good time to be watching an event that's a sight fishing event.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Byron, when you talk about some of those guys that are moved offshore, if you look at Weaver and Dortch are actually 2 of those anglers that are fishing offshore, both of them with 20+ pound limits yesterday. So that's showing that there are some bigger fish to be caught out there. So we're really watching that full balance of who's gonna end up on top with. Is it gonna be that bed fishing? Is that gonna hold true all the way through 4 days, which is a rare thing. It's hard to be bed fishing for 4 days of a tournament. That's not a thing that always holds up. You usually have to make some adjustments. And so these guys that are chasing Cox right now, they're hoping to really catch those post spawn, those fish that are done spawning, that are moving out and are looking to feed back up.
And they talked about they're going to integrate it. They're going to mix it up. They're going to do a little bit of both. They'll be fishing offshore, and then in the afternoon they're going to go fish bedfish. We've heard Shane LeHew talk about it. We talked about Brian Thrift saying, I might, this afternoon, in the next couple hours, I might go up there and go poking around looking for beds and fishing some pad stems, and blind casting for bedfish. Bedfish don't all spawn at the same time. They start in November, December in Florida, and now it's February, March. Wave after wave after wave come. And that's just to protect the species.
Mm-hmm.
The fish need to spawn all through the early spring, middle spring, late spring. So you might have the male there, or is that the female?
Oh. I decided to just catch the buck. And we'll see if she comes back. If she doesn't, we'll just keep moving.
That is the hardest thing to do right there.
She's kind of just hanging outside the bed about 10 feet, and I can't really see her well, but we'll see. She might swim right up on there now. Now we got him.
Yes, they do. Oh my! Now I'm losing my mind right now because now if she doesn't swim up, you can let that male go, or but the female will move up now. This is prime time for catching the female because you put the male at least in the well for a period. You borrowed the male, but you let the male go if she doesn't come back. That's been such a chess game before. This is normally where you tell your marshal, now it's about to get interesting. So get ready, boys.
We're just gonna give her another couple minutes, and if she moves up, great. If not, we're gonna keep moving.
God, this is where it gets real exciting. He has to come back and check that bed. That's where when the female comes up, they get so much easier to catch once the male's gone. That's when they get territorial. And the male's not there to push them off anymore. That male will keep running her out and then go back to the bed, and run her out and go back to the bed. And ooh, you can let that male go. It's hard to do, but you can do it.
Byron, if you were standing out there right now fishing for this fish, would you change anything up? Would you change any colors or throw a swim bait maybe to really fire things up? Would you do anything, any adjustments?
If she pulls up on the bed and won't react to the smaller baits, then you start thumping her with a swim bait. You start firing up with a swim bait. You throw something really big profile in there. But this is for me where, see, the female could pull up, and I wouldn't go very far. I would keep coming back and checking, and keep coming back and checking, because that's a key fish. And I would throw multiple baits at them, but a lot of times when they let you just bang them around with a jig or a tube or a small worm, you got to throw a bigger bait like a swim bait in there and really
I think something was up with that one. It's like she knew. She swam out, and she come over here, look at me, and then she never came back. Yeah, she just knew it. She was like, "Oh, damn, that's that guy. Shit." On it or no?
Am I on it?
He was quoting her, so.
Yeah. Happy Gilmore.
That bass had a foul mouth, man. That's dirty bass.
We're live, and if he quotes what a bass thinks, that's just what he quotes. He's quoting the bass's sentiments, to your point. So no disrespect to John Cox. He's just feeling the bass's emotions and sharing it with us as the viewer.
And I feel like a lot of bass down there really think that about Cox as well. They've seen they've seen his dog and pony show many times. But now he's doing what you were talking about last tournament, Lake Travis. He's looking and fishing now, where that hasn't been something. He's been really just holding that rod and covering water quick, but he's actually now casting out and looking, trying to do some double time here.
You always hope for a blind strike. You just pitch around a little bit, but then again, your eyes, the hard part about that, see where your eyes have to go off it, you still have to look to make a cast. So you take your eyes off for a minute and you lose your focus. And I've struggled with this at times where as much as you want to fish, you have to look away from the bait, make a cast, and then start reeling. And it's kind of hard to do both, but at the same time, it's so much more effective if you can manage it. Sort of a little horny-toed frog kind of thing there, just burning that over.
And we can't cast.
And we're going to leave Cox here. Come back to him if he gets on point again. But let's go to this first time we've had a good look at Bradley Dortch here. Actually, our rookie.
Basically the same stuff we did this morning.
We told him he's live and he set the hook. That was kind of cool. I hear the camera guy go,
This
"You're
is
live."
actually where I started this morning. Lost 2 good ones right here. So hopefully I can get them to bite again. They've been biting a lot better once you kind of get up in the day. The sun gets up, positions them. On the edge of this grass. Just kind of actually hydrilla. A couple big clumps out here, about the size of your boat. Yesterday I had one specific cast I could make, and I caught that 7 and a 5 and back-to-back cast, and I come back and caught a couple off one clump. So that was around 130. That's actually what we're looking for.
Aha, there's a hydrilla right there that we saw Brian.
Green, crispy.
Healthy green, brand new, not mucky, not sprayed, not smelly, stinky. You know, the guys are out there spraying that stuff. You want to find that clean, brand new, fresh hydrilla.
Grass right here is actually pretty thick. I end up throwing just a 5/8 ounce just trap, and actually I went up to a 710 like cranking rod where I can rip it out of the grass. It seems to be when you get the better bites.
And Bradley talking about some of his misses earlier. We've actually got one of those queued up on our playback right now. And this was one of those misses he was referring to earlier this morning. That's why he's back here. We'll get to that in just a second. But that's why he's sitting on this spot, is because he missed some good ones earlier, and now he's kind
When we
of circling
leave,
back.
we usually want to get on plane before the bridge.
Because of the rocks?
Yeah.
Oh.
How deep are those rocks?
Oh, you'll probably hit them out on them.
That's a good bend. Oh,
You'll be able
he's
to get
setting
back
to
on
something
plane,
good
man.
right there. And you can see where he's caught up right in that pad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's before the line?
No, I'm talking about right here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember a bridge together.
Well, he's
Those first 2 fish, about a pound and a half?
This is where you are just now in
Yeah,
solid. You're hoping
probably.
that fish is pinned against
really
there,
do.
and now you're going in there looking to see if he's
Couldn't
still
really
there.
see him, so I really didn't have a clue what I was throwing at.
oh my gosh. That's crazy. Look, look, look. You can still see it on there. Oh, it is pinned. This doesn't usually happen like this. This is losing a fish, I'm taking. By the way, he's throwing that rod. He lost that
Yep.
fish. I don't know what's going on here. He threw his net down, so he's assuming that fish is not on there anymore. Oh. That's painful. I guess he was losing a fish on that one.
And he said this is the same spot, so obviously this looks different. We're getting a different angle, and it looks like he maybe moved out a little bit from it as well.
You know, Dortch is, like you said earlier, he's one of the rookies this year. He also had a 17th at Gunnersville, so this is his second top 20 cut. Puts him right now in second place for Rookie of the Year behind Justin Atkins. Justin finished 56th in this event. So our current Rookie of the Year race has just changed a little bit.
I don't know if that front we had last night's kind of slowed them down. They're definitely not eating near the last 2 days. Plus it's bluebird today, so.
And a north wind. That's at least what we've heard, is there's a little bit of that breeze could be blowing out of the north, and that could make a big difference as well. Little front last night and a little bit more of a north wind today. Florida bass just don't like that.
Alluding to
They don't like it.
those Florida bass are just known. They are finicky, fair weather fish,
No,
man.
I'm gonna bounce back and forth. I got another stretch of pads over there I'm gonna hit, and then I got another stretch over here. I've bounced back and forth, you know, both days. I caught them, you know, good in pads the first day, which we had no wind, you know, and it set up right to fish pads, and then yesterday we had, you know, a lot of wind, so it was better, you know, to be off the edge of the grass. And they bit, you know, they fed well, or they bit good, you know, out in the grass yesterday. This morning, you know, I had a couple bites, and like I said, the fish wasn't trying to eat it. They were just, I was snatching out of the grass and they were just slapping at it, so. No sight fishing. The water's a little dirty where I've been fishing, and so just pitching into, you know, clumps of pads. Seemed like the first day they were out on the edge real good, and then they kind of moved back in a little bit as the day, you know, sun got up, and then seemed like the lakes, you know, dropped a little bit since practice started. So actually these fish offshore are, you know, off the edge. They should be replenishing.
Nadia, a little poppy and scratchy right here. That's just part of live coverage. We're stringing this together through wireless cell phones, all kinds of whatever technology we can
need to get one to bite. And even yesterday down this stretch, I caught 2 or 3 big crappie, and it seems like when you get around the crappie, you'll end up catching a good one.
And Dortch actually started our day in 5th, but he's actually dropped down now a few spots to 8th place, Byron, and he's going to have to figure some things out. We got to see if this is going to be enough, because it's all about making that top 10. All these anglers want to win this event, but you've got to make it to the final day if you're planning on doing that, and that's where he's starting to get to that cutoff point. He's got to make sure.
May end up having just slow down and put on a little trick worm or something, I don't know, to get them to bite.
There you go, saying it right there. He's got to make
Florida
sure
fish do not like a front. I know it's not even really a cold front, it's just a front, period.
Referencing that little bit of a north wind that these guys might be saying hurting them. But you know, Bradley Dortch is from Atmore, Alabama. So I wouldn't count him out, because that's the birthplace of the 4-time heavyweight Evander Holyfield.
Yeah.
You know who else is from there? Atmore, Alabama. Evander Holyfield. He
you know, we had it
is not down and out.
Was a little front when we first got here and started practice, but every night, you know, the nighttime temperature, that's pretty much dictates everything. And it stayed warm. It got warmer and warmer every day. And we're on a full moon too, so or coming up on one. I think a lot of these fish were spawning in the pads, and you had a lot of post-spawn fish that were moving out, so it's a good area to be in.
You see right there, Dortch, 1 fish, unofficially just under about 2 pounds. So him talking about these fish are just really finicky. He might go down to more of a finesse worm and really start trying to see if he can't scrounge up just a limit so he can stay alive, fish one more day.
Is it just me, or is that hat actually glowing? Dude, that hat is so neon. That is such a bright hat. I feel like he has a battery pack lighting that hat up, doesn't he? Look at that thing. Maybe it's just new. I'm seeing a glow to that hat. He's got himself a little crew of people watching.
Okay, so we're going to leave Bradley. We'll be checking in with him a little bit later, but now we're going to go back over to our bed fishing current unofficial leader, John Cox.
Well, I love watching this guy.
Yep.
I do. I love watching this. I could watch this guy all day.
Okay.
Sight fishing is just so exciting when you're doing it.
And did we update John that he needs to bleep out the cussing of the fish now? He needs to make sure he doesn't quote them completely for future. And a quick update that you guys can't see on the leaderboard that what we're watching right now, Casey Scanlon started the day in 17th place, now unofficially sitting in 9th. So has jumped up in that in the leaderboard, looking for that top 10 finish.
Looking to fish tomorrow. Everybody wants just to get cut. Half the field gets cut, half the field gets to fish yet another day. Good old Casey Scanlon. I like Casey.
A little bit further. We're gonna get moving.
I go back to that boat over and over again. He has the premier boat for sight fishing. It's light, it's small. That trolling motor pushes it around. He's just flying down that bank, not drafting a lot of water. You give me any boat in the world to sight fish out of, and he's standing in it right now as far as size. A small, little, perfect.
Oh yeah, he won a bed fishing tournament at Hartwell last year. That he fished a little lake that was only accessible with that aluminum boat. It was this hard little spot to get back into. No one else could get there, but he's got his aluminum boat, was able to get over any structure and stuff like that to get back in there and have the whole place to himself.
I know exactly how that feels. I had an aluminum boat for the Harris chain, and I had to cut away at a bridge to sneak into a place called Trout Lake there. And I ended up finding the place. It was full of fish and my big boat, but there was a launch ramp there, but you couldn't fit a big boat under the bridge. So I had to get an aluminum boat, a chainsaw. I went in the water on the last day. I waded up to my waist in water. I took a chainsaw there at the Harris chain, and I cut away at these support posts at the bridge at the Harris chain, knee deep in water, or chest deep in water, and I chainsawed every one of the posts, and then I borrowed an aluminum boat to get back in there for the tournament from a guy that lived in the area there at Harris chain.
How many of these guys do you think are driving around with chainsaws in their rod locker?
I had to go rent it. I rented the chainsaw. I didn't have a chainsaw. I went and rented it. I went to a hardware store. I rented a chainsaw. I tried everything I could to get my boat in there after I pre-fished it by launching in there. I realized a bass boat wouldn't fit in there. You couldn't fit a bass boat in there, so I had to borrow an aluminum. And then Roland Martin and Randy Blockett got their hands on one, and I had to compete with them on it. That's another story. It would take me an hour to tell you. When we're off air, I'll tell you that one, but it took me an hour to tell you how crazy that day went. But I got in there, my aluminum boat at the Harris chain.
Yep, and we're going to be, as Cox searches for another bedfish here, we're actually going to be taking a break here in a second, and we will be back with some more live action. But we've definitely got a little movement going on the leaderboard, and we're going to be really updating all you guys with who looks like they might be moving on to D4.
Yes. No, and that could hurt you right there. And that could hurt you. Oh, we're going with the misses today.
Some heartbreaks. It might be heartbreak day 3.
That's what we're showing you right now. We're showing you all the ones that make you sick. Big one in the pads, stuck in the pads, fish is gone. Now as you try to get your boat back, that is not the fish. I thought it was. That was just a pad stuck there. He had no fish on. He throws the net down. It's all over.
Nice, nice. All right, we'll leave you with guys for just a quick minute, and we'll be right back with some more live action.
Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Out of office? Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working. I am working.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit flwfishing.com/membership to find out more.
Hey guys, welcome back to our Day 3 coverage. Harris Lake in Florida, and live coverage right now, man. We've got a lot of people watching, some great action happening, and this is stop number 3 of the 2017 FLW Tour. We're watching bed fishing. We're watching shad spawn fishing.
That's over now, but that was happening.
Yes, yes. We've got a lot of things unfolding. These fish are obviously in all different stages.
Yep.
And so we're seeing anglers really start honing into what they think is going to carry them through the rest of this tournament. And we're going to really be able to watch that unfold. And you guys are going to get to join us live right there with us.
And if you're anywhere near the Central Florida area, you got to get down to Lakeside Park there in Venetian Gardens area, right there at the Harris Chain, and watch the weigh-in. Say hi to my friend Chris Jones, the legend. He'll be out there emceeing and hosting this thing. And if you want to just see this, that big event that they have down there with the kids, the weather's beautiful. They have the fun zone down there. It's a really neat experience, and it's not far. You know, if anybody that's watching this in the Central Florida area says, man, let's go have a fun day. Let's go see these fish, meet these anglers. Great group of guys, and you got to say hi to Legend. You got to listen to the boomer and knock this thing out and see who makes the top 10. This is cut day. 20 guys go in, 10 guys come out, and a lot of good fish are going to be weighed in today.
Yep. And once again, checking out that expo, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you got kids, nephews, whoever, grab some people, go down there. It's a great turnout. It's going to be some good weather, so always a fun time watching that weigh-in and playing with different games and everything that they've got at the expo. And then also for all you guys watching at home, join us. Hashtag on any social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, hashtag FLW Live, FLW Fishing. We're always checking those posts and everything and interacting with you guys and sharing this experience of watching live fishing.
Well, we're getting actually what we get from the hashtag is we get all the fan base coming in.
Yes.
You know, you start sitting there and certain people are rooting for somebody, and we start getting all those attaboys and rooting for and who you're rooting for. And I don't know how the hashtag works. It's a little pound sign with FLW Live next to it, but that's your forte. You talk about John Cox's wheelhouse, your wheelhouse is social media, man. I mean, if anybody's gonna sit there and keep track of this, give a shout out to Travis and let us know what you guys are thinking and how you like the coverage, and especially who you want to see do well. Who are you rooting for? Who's your favorite? Let us know. I want to know who you think is going to pull this thing off, because right now there's that dance going on. Thrift is out there. Cox is out there. Australia, are you guys watching? Because I know last show we did, we had people from New Zealand and stuff checking in saying, hey, you want to see the guy, the local favorite there from Australia, Carl Jacobson. There's 16 ways to say his last name, but these guys are all having a great day out there. Because it's Florida, it's beautiful, a little bit of a north wind blowing, but the fishing is just going to get better and better and better as this day progresses, because that's what happens in Florida. The last 2 hours, things go crazy out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're actually got some coverage. What's cool is we've got 5 cameras on our top leaders, but our other marshals got iPads out there. So we've got some raw footage from a character that we've seen in the past. Lake Travis, one of our stars was Winlet. And right here, here's some good catches. He's one of our guys really moving up on the leaderboard and making a push at this top 10 in fishing day 4.
And this is all on iPad, right?
Yes.
Nice fish. Look at this. That's key stuff right there.
Wow.
You know, he's vaulting up. He's currently moved into 6th place unofficially right now.
Choked on it.
He started 15th this morning.
Those fish look like they're chewing that. That's that lipless.
Gosh.
That's a big fish.
But look at the way he swallowed it too. You don't think they believe in that? That's when you feel good about the bait you're throwing, because they bought it. Hook, line, and sinker, they bought the bait. They believed in it. They swallowed it.
That one right there, I popped that bait out of the grass, and you know what I've been talking about the whole time is those fish are, you know, the way they're biting it is they're you know, you pop it out of the grass and then you get a bite. And popped it out of the grass, and that's what I got.
You know, something you noticed there, look at what he's wearing. This is Florida, but it's a little chilly. Look at what he's got on. This is not, it's not your warm Florida. Ooh,
another nice one. This is also, this was going to his limit earlier. This is I think his 2nd or 3rd fish. Real nice fish. This is part of the reason he has made a move.
6 places.
Yes.
6 places. That's what vaults you, 6 places with only 3 fish. You know, unofficially right now, you're looking at these 2 plus another one, and he's moved up 6 places into the top 10.
And he's one of our guys that has a great social media following, and he's also great in front of the camera, always cluing us into what he's doing out there. So I'm definitely, now that he's in this hunt, I'm hoping he makes that top 5, because it'll be fun hearing what he's doing and keying into tomorrow.
And from Leander, Texas. Texas boy right here.
Catch 4 like that.
Yeah.
5 like that.
Yeah, he's talking about how important it is to catch a couple more like that. That is a great start. I mean, and you know, he's a guy you love watching, because when you watch him on camera, he's putting on a clinic the whole time. He's telling you what he's thinking, why he's throwing it, all the changes. I mean, it's like an infomercial television show with him, because he just has so much to share. Winlet is an amazing veteran out there. He knows how to fish the place, and he's been to Florida so many years, and it's exciting to see those guys throwing those reaction baits and saying, I'm committed to this. You know, I might stay out here all day long. I might be able to put something together and not have to deal with bed fishing. Maybe I can do that. So like you said before, Travis, is it going to be sight fishing? Is it going to be offshore? Is it going to be that mixture of both? What will dominate? How will the chips fall in this event at the end on the final day?
Absolutely. And as we progress throughout the day too, we have that top 10 that we're really trying to hone into, those top 10. So you've got those 11th through 20th that are really trying to make those pushes. And obviously they want to get that lead like we've talked about, but to win this tournament, you've got to fish on the final day. That's just the way it goes, unfortunately. And
can't win into the 3rd day.
So you've got a lot of anglers really trying to get in. And one of those guys that is a master at doing that is Andy Morgan.
Oh yeah.
He is just he can always find a way to squeak into that cut. One of the most consistent anglers on tour. And we're going to see if he can't squeak into that top 10 position as well, because he barely squeaked into the top 20 to fish day 3.
Exactly right.
Now we're looking at our split screen here. We got our unofficial 1 and 2s, LeHew and Cox.
Looks like Shane LeHew slowed down a little bit here. He's been mixing it up, you know, with that lipless crankbait, and then coming back and pitching those pad stems with that worm. He said there's a mixture of grass in there, which you don't see. You see the pads out there, but he said he's got a good bunch of hydrilla in the area. And two completely different styles right there.
You just saw him bump up his power poles too. I think he's really doing the thing you were talking about, Scott Martin, you know, talking about Florida, is picking up his power poles, letting yourself drift down the bank a little bit further.
And then put them back down.
Power pole down and fan cast again.
Super stealthy. I mean, a real stealthy way to instead of just burning your way right through there and scaring every fish in the area, just let the wind push you through.
But Shane really did what he needed to do this morning with getting that limit. You know, he really capitalized on that shad spawn. Unfortunately, losing that big one, which would have been his biggest fish so far. But he's got a nice little limit he's working on. He's got his 5 fish, and now he's just really slowing down, and it's looking to upgrade on some bigger upgrades.
You know, I just got a message I got to clarify. In FLW, chainsaws are not allowed. Okay, Mr. Bill Taylor, I want to apologize. It was a long time ago, back when we were kind of going Rambo out there, but the chainsaws are no longer allowed in and around anywhere near a tournament, but I pushed the envelope about 20 years ago when I cut away at an Amtrak Railroad bridge.
Yep.
But it got me into water that looked just like what John Taylor is fishing. It looked like that. It was called Trout Lake, and I'll tell you what, it was neat working my way in there with an aluminum boat.
Robert, I think you're responsible for quite a few amendments to rules and things. Some details that I never really fully understand why they go so detailed into some of these rules. And it's because guys are looking to push the envelope with chainsaws.
And we all like having rules made because on our behalf. There's a whole bunch of us back in the day. Hey, that's my rule. Hey, that's my rule. We used to joke about how rules were changed after we did certain things. So no chainsaws allowed in FLW or anywhere else at this point, I'm sure. John Cox loving the fact that he's able to just pivot around. And there's a Crazy Ivan. You see that? I always look for that Crazy Ivan right there. When you turn back around and you do the Red October Crazy Ivan and you turn that boat back, Sean Connery style, and check out on that fish, he's looking back over an area. Back in the day when I'd be sight fishing, my marshals would always get excited when I Crazy Ivan because they knew it was getting ready to set up for them. I'm like, oh, here we go. Slows you back down, and John Cox is looking closely at something. He must like what he saw in this area right here. John Cox slowing down on another bedfish. And you know, he's got to do that dance where he can pick the ones he wants. He can go buy 12, 13, 14-inch fish on beds and look for pairs. And again, you wonder right now if he's just set up on a male or maybe a combination of a male and a female in that little pocket. But he definitely Crazy Ivan, turned around, set up right on that spot, and now he's just going to sit there for a second and just work the fish that he can visually see, whereas we got Shane LeHew off to the left. He's on the other screen, and he's just fishing open water, blind casting. If there's bedfish out there, he's not visually looking at them, but he's still going to work that bait slowly through those pad stems and see if there isn't a fish bedding at the base of that pad stem where the roots, the stems meet the bottom and create a root base where the fish like to spawn because it's a hard bottom. God, John's got perfect conditions for sight fishing right there. And one thing to note, when you get a little bit of a north wind, you get those colder nights. You guys have been saying, you know, you got a cold night and you got a little bit of a north wind. What John's doing is a little more consistent because you're obviously visually seeing that fish. You know if it's there. You watch how it acts. You can see if its temperament is such that it's going to go or not going to go. Shane, on the other hand,
for a few.
Shane, on the other hand, is just fishing open water. You really don't know if the fish are still there. So he's getting ready to make a move.
Just right in there.
Shane's going to bump up a little bit.
And talking about Cox
Go to the canal.
conditions. Oh, see LeHew talking about he's going to the canal. He's really been fishing both types of spawning we talked about. You know, that sight fishing that the Cox is doing, where you can really you can visually see the fish. They're actually on the bed, the male, the female. And then there's the other side of bed fishing, where you're just blind casting to those roots and assuming that there is a fish right there. And so now it looks like he's moving into Shane's going to move into the canal and maybe do some more actual sight fishing. But this tournament really playing, like we talked about earlier, into Cox's hand here, because with how much wind was in pre-fish and stuff, it limited how much water these anglers could cover, how much they could actually go searching. But because John Cox has so much experience on this body of water, he really can turn to that and know where these areas, when the wind is going a certain direction, you know, where these fish are going to set up and where they've set up in the past.
Yeah, that's the one thing, is John has so much experience on this water, and these fish spawn in the same places every year. But he said something unique here. He said this water is a lot clearer further out.
And no, that's not John Cox still on point, trying not to spook a bass. We actually froze up out there. So we're going to get these cameras reset and go back to live coverage here in just a minute. But as we're heading towards that midday time, we're really going to start seeing these different decisions. These guys are going to make their adjustments. Are they going to move up shallow and start really looking for those bed fish? Or are they going to move off and really start looking for those post-spawn fish? But we're going to be looking at that decision time, and that's really going to be what is going to carry these anglers into that top 10.
Yeah, there's strategies going on. I like hearing the guys talk about, you know, well, I'm doing this now, but here's what I'm going to do in the future. Brian Thrift has said, you know, once that sun gets up in 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, that's looking at where the guys are right now. This is the chain of lakes, the Harris chain of lakes. And these guys, there's guys all the way down in Lake Dora, Lake Harris, the bottom of Lake Dora, Lake Eustis. These are the different chains. And the green one you see up above, that's the furthest north lake, Lake Griffin. It's not listed there on the name, but that's the one that Brian Thrift said he was coming down from Seminole, driving north, was running late, stopped to fish there on Sunday, half a day, and he found the fish he's on now on a half day of practice. And he went back and checked them. He said, hey, listen, the Harris chain, 163 boats out there. Place was covered up with boats. I kind of figured Griffin wouldn't get as much pressure. I happened to stop there because I fished to the end at Lake Seminole, and it was just a happenstance that he gets on a school of fish at a place that most guys don't usually go to. It's a big commitment to go all the way up through Harris Chain, through Lake Eustis. There's a big long channel you got to take all the way over to Lake Griffin and drop into Griffin. But Brian Thrift, dangerous now because he's got a limit, and he's talking about, to your point, Travis, he's talking about, hey, I'm going to go get some pad stems. I'm possibly going to go shallow. I'm going to go look at bedfish. He's been so consistent this year. I mean, this is his shot right here to take over Angler of the Year race for sure.
Absolutely. And we're going to go to him live right now. He's on that top lake right there, Lake Griffin, which is actually one of the more shallower lakes in there. And this is why the fish spawned a little bit earlier at Griffin. You've got that kind of that average 8-foot depth, where Harris Lake is more of, that it goes as deep as 25, 26 feet. So definitely different times of the year on the spawning and everything, depending on what lake you're at and the water temps. We'll see if Thrift is ready to unveil any secrets yet. Sometimes.
Well, he's unveiled shorts. You know what I like about Thrift? At least he unveiled a pair of shorts. We're in Florida. And look at it, it's beautiful. This is the time you want to go to Disney World. You should be at Disney World today. He's finally showing some leg,
Yep.
All the other guys are still bundled up like they're fishing up in, where we're at.
Yep.
Here we are in Kentucky. It's snowing here in Kentucky today, dude. Outside, it's snowing.
And if you look at his face, he's got the tan face and he's got those white legs. That's the first time he's been able to get those white legs, a little sun going.
You always love going to Florida because you get to start tanning parts of your body that don't get to see tan.
You go.
He is as dark as you can be around the face and hands, but the legs, oh no.
Looks like legs belong to somebody else.
I think we're going off track for fishing.
Well, no, it's a good point that's what these fish are doing right now. It's warming up. These fish are looking to move
and
shallow.
so are our anglers. He's still gonna represent the really cool big sweatshirt because it's got all the sponsors on it. But at least he's also got the shorts. And how about the shoes? The shoes match. Like you said, this guy's got that. Look at those rods laid out perfectly. He keeps his office clean. This guy likes every pencil to be in a certain spot. He's that guy that if he had an office, he'd have all his pencils lined up in a row next to his little computer and all of his little stuff, his stapler in a certain spot, his paper clips in a certain spot. He's got his office right there. And Chris Jones talks about this. He likes to keep everything uniform, very uniform. And Brian Thrift has really been a danger. He is the dangerous guy to be. Again, he's had 4 straight top 10 finishes. That's an FLW Tour record. 4 straight top 10 finishes. That streak is now alive, and this could be his number 5 top 10 finish. That's unbelievable when you think about that. He's been in the top 10. This event marks his 7th straight FLW top 20. So he's had 7 straight top 20s, 4 straight top 10s. This guy is on fire from a competitive angling standpoint. In the zone, making good decisions. Again, right now, currently in 3rd place, saying he hasn't quite figured this lake out yet, which is really scary. I still feel like I'm learning the lake, he says.
Yeah, always learning. He's just such an observant angler. He's always trying to key in on those tiny, tiny little nuances. A lot of anglers run a pattern. They go, this is my pattern. I'm going to run it, and I'm going to see, I'll make some adjustments, but I'm going to stick with it. Brian's really he's one with the fish. And if they want to change it, they want something different. You can see how many rods out there he's going to give them to. He's going to give them options at different things, whether it's different cadences, just slight different color changes, or even just different weights of different lures. He's going to see what they want the best, and that's what he's going to give them at that moment.
You got to wonder if Scott Martin's watching this thing, because if he wins today, he'll move into a tie with Scott Martin for the most wins on FLW Tour. If he wins this event tomorrow, he will tie Scott Martin with 6 wins. So, Scott, if you're out there, you got a guy right now currently in 3rd who could tie your record for the most wins in FLW. And he's currently tied right now with Andy Morgan for the most top 10s. And that's 33 top 10s. Could you imagine that?
Absolutely.
33 top 10s. This event would be number 34 for both of them. If they both make the top 10, they're both going to be 34 top 10s in FLW. Andy Morgan, Brian Thrift. The cream of the crop right there, man.
And you want to know, you're bringing up Andy Morgan. He started today, he just barely made that cut to 20th place. And right now, we have him currently in 11th place unofficially. So he's just sneaking his little way up. He's so consistent. He's so good at moving on to those extra days, and that's why it could possibly be his 34th top 10 finish.
Andy Morgan, man. Livingston Lure Pro Staff partner of mine. We're both on the team with Livingston, and he's a guy that, Angler of the Year titles, awesome shallow fisherman, again, like Brian Thrift, always fishing new water. To your point, Travis, always changing up. Yeah, there's a hunt. Oh, I think he's going to say something. We get him talking every now and then. We get him out of their bodies. Come on.
It's always fun watching how many different cadences Brian uses. I mean, he picks up things and he's always doing different stuff.
Hello. Got 5, but they're kind of small. I culled out 1 and gained a couple of ounces. And it's kind of been a little more of a grind than I thought it would be. I thought I'd get another big bite or 2, and I had 1 good bite, and that's been the only good bite I've had all day so far. I think I finally burned through my little area here. I'm gonna have to go try to find something else, I believe.
And that's what I want to see right there.
That's what it feels like, because the bites were way easier to come by, and this seems like it's getting beat up. And got a little local guy over there watching me catch him the first day. He's sitting on my starting spot now, so
We gotta love that. Oh my God.
that's not really helping out things.
A local guy seeing you catch him the first day. So he comes over now, he's fishing your starting spot. Ouch. And that's one of the frustrations. For me personally, you got a guy out there that sees you catch him, and he's not out there to watch you. He's out there to go catch them too. But he's catching them. You're fishing for $125,000, and a guy's out there fun fishing. He's letting you show him where the fish are. Yeah, it's the nature of the beast, but it sure is a tough thing. It's sure hard to keep your cool with it. But it happens so often. You almost get to a point where you got to accept the fact that there's a guy that's going to get in there. But I've never been to a NASCAR race where I saw somebody show up with their car just to see if they can keep up with those guys. I mean, have you ever seen Jeff Gordon had to go around some guy because he decided to put his car on the racetrack and race him?
Yep.
I've never seen Tiger Woods out there getting ready to golf and he has to wait for someone to play through.
You're
But that's the
absolutely right.
problem here. That's the nature of the beast on these lakes sometimes, is that you're fishing and you got a spot and somebody that's just fun fishing sees you catching them and they take their boat and pull out there and start helping you catch your fish.
Yeah.
Problem is, you don't get to take those fish to the weigh-in. They're helping you catch your fish only for you to say, well, I would have won this tournament, 125 grand, but somebody decided to go out there and have a fun day fishing. On fish I've been on for 3 days already.
One of the unfortunate things that can happen on the weekend, you get, there's obviously less anglers. You only got 20 that you're competing against, but now you got some other guys making it difficult as well, out fishing. But once again, they're entitled to that water just as much as you are. And
it's just unfortunate.
And Thrift is no stranger to this.
Yeah. No.
With going on his 34th top 10 finish, this is not going to phase him. He's saying it's unfortunate, but he really, this isn't going to be a huge factor in his head, where it could be something that really hurts, a younger angler that isn't used to this position. Brian knows that he's going to have boats following him. He knows that he's going to have anglers fishing some of the spots he's fishing, and he knows how to manage that mentally, but then also you can talk to him, approach him, and ask to fish through.
Or you just, you got to put it behind you. You don't really appreciate it, but the true veterans know that they just got to move on, and you got to accept it for what it is. You can't change it. The more you bark at them, the closer they're going to get, and the harder they're going to fish. Mm-hmm. They're not going to respect it. They know, they see a camera on him. They know he's fishing, the FLW Tour event for $100,000+ this weekend, but some people just decide it's just I want to go out fun fishing too. And to pick up a rod in that situation, it's unfortunate, because it really does take away from guys doing what they want to get done what they want to do. Those fish will be there 2 days from now. If you live there in Florida, go there on Monday and have a great time. Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, have a ball.
Save on gas and just go watch FLW Live. There we go, yes.
Little bitty joker.
Little bitty joker. You heard that last
Little bitty joker.
Gonna help or not?
We had a bunch of those at Travis. Remember Lake Travis? Watch it. You're flashing back to the last event. Brian Thrift is
Looks
putting on
about
a clinic
the
with
same
little.
size as what we've been catching.
This is always good. Hopefully we get to see some culling because Thrift is notorious for giving us smaller weights to what he has. Because we currently have him with a limit with a bunch of 1s and 2 pounders. Oh, we're not going to get to see some culling. Because when he has to cull, we get to actually see what's going on in his live well and get a little bit more of the truth of how he's really doing in this event.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get it right here.
Carl Jacobson from Australia. There it is across the bottom of your screen right there.
And getting info on where some of these anglers are fishing. It's funny, I'm looking at Cox and Frederick are 2 local anglers. They're both from Florida, and both of them are down in Lake Apopka. They're the 2 anglers down there. So
yeah, I mean, it's
local
what I'm
knowledge for
fishing,
sure.
There hadn't been a certain time of day that's been any better than others. I've caught some early, some late, some in the mid-afternoon. So it doesn't really seem to be a timing thing. It's more of a just you pull in there and fish and hope you catch one. I think they're there the whole time. I think it's hard to get one to bite. I mean, it's kind of a big area, but I'm fishing certain little specific spots in it that are probably 50 to 100 yards square. And I may have to broaden my range a little bit and fish for some I haven't pestered for 3 days. See if they moved or what they've done. It's just a little square bill crankbait. Comes through the grass pretty good, and that's about all there is to it. Just something that'll run, 5 foot, 5.5 feet. It's just a mixture of grass. And, I mean, there's eelgrass, hydrilla. Seems like when you hit a little clump of that stuff, that's usually where they're sitting when you jerk your trap or jerk the crankbait out of it. Hey, let's run back over where we started and see if we can get another bite or two. Then we're going to do something different. I don't know what's gonna be different.
All right, look at that. Brian Thrift is pulling up now. He said he's going to move around a little bit. He's got a little bit of local traffic in the area. So John Cox looking around for a bedfish while Brian Thrift makes a little move.
Nice. Yes, absolutely. We're hitting our halfway mark right now on our live coverage. So we're going to go to a quick little break while these guys move around a bit, and then we're going to be right back in the midst of things with some more live action.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with ever-new E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
A full field of tournament anglers are ready to try their best to capture some magic on the legendary Tennessee River fishery known as Guntersville Lake.
This Tennessee River, man, they're so healthy. Look at that hammer.
And while a few get off to a hot start, the cold weather has everyone fishing slow, hoping for that big bite.
What do you think about that?
It's the 2017 FLW Tour season opener on Guntersville Lake, presented by Lowrance.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that!
The best bass anglers will compete April 6th through the 9th to win the FLW Tour on Lake Cumberland. Come to the expo at General Burnside Island State Park. Find out more at FLWfishing.com.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z Series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
And we're back.
We're back.
Sorry.
Welcome, everyone. Got some more live action for you guys. This is day 3, our top 20 on our 3rd stop of the 2017 FLW Tour.
And what an exciting event, man.
Yes.
I mean, it's shaping up. These are always exciting, but to watch guys go between sight fishing and having to decide if they're going to stay offshore and catching fish, and you know it's only going to heat up. Florida, it heats up. The sun gets up. Fish love the sun. We got great weather. Central Florida, Harris Chain Lakes. It's going to be a great rest of the show.
It is. And we've got a lot of different things going. We've got 2 storylines going, right? So we've got, here we go, our leaderboard. We've got our top 10. We've got Cox, LeHew, Thrift, all vying for that top spot, really looking to seal some good positioning going into that day 4.
Well, look at the lead he's got. I mean, now John Cox has a really good lead right now. You see the 47s, 46s, 44s with only 4 fish. He's sitting on a 6.5 pound lead right now. That's amazing, Travis.
Yep. And so he's really trying to add that. He'd like to be the leader going into day 4 with a nice cushion and really try to seal the thing away. But then we've got, as we move down that leaderboard, a lot of these guys, like we've said, they want to win this event, but they've got to make sure that they make it to the day 4. So we've got a lot of different anglers jockeying for positions and stuff, and a lot of great anglers there. We've got Winlet that he has jumped way up. He actually started 15th. He started today in 15th place and has now jumped up to 8th place.
With only 3 fish. Look at those quality fish. That's 3 fish for 8-12, so he's got a lot of room to keep on going because he only has 3 fish so far.
Really looking good for him right now. We've had Dortch come down a little bit, but now let's look at our bottom 20. This is the guys. These guys are all trying to get in. They want to fish tomorrow.
You want to have that You want to have that day 4 cut. You really want to make that cut. So some of these guys are right now wondering if they have to change. I mean, they're 1 fish, 0 fish, 2 fish.
Yep.
You look through those are the guys right now that might have to make a very big adjustment.
And
Travis.
the guy that look right now, the biggest noticeable thing right there, Andy Morgan.
Yeah.
Started the day at 20th, just barely made the cut for day 3, and now where is he? He's jumping up on 11th place, looking to make the cut for day 4.
And a dangerous shallow water fisherman. Team Livingston, Andy Morgan, one of the very best, multiple Angler of the Year titles. A guy that I have no doubt, I don't think it's a question that he won't move into the top 10 for tomorrow.
Yep. And then another, actually very local. He's from Leesburg, Florida, Tim Frederick, and if he makes cut, he's the kind of guy that has a lot of local knowledge. If he sticks around into that final day, he just needs to keep himself alive because he does have the ability to really put together a huge bag of fish one of these days. Now, I've got to throw a shout out right there. If we look at the number 13 spot, Aaron Britt. That's a California brother right there, all right? He's one of the boys from out west, and so he's one of the guys. We had a lot of guys from California travel out east to fish the tour this year, and Aaron Britt's one of our first California guys that we're seeing have some success here.
You know what? I need to have a shout out. You see Brandon Cobb, one of my favorite fishermen on tour, young guy. There's no way he has 5 fish for 2 pounds. So that's a little flip-flop right there. I think there's a problem because I know, you see where it says day 3 fish, 5?
Yep.
And day 3 weight 2? Nah. He's actually got 2 fish. I believe he's got 2 fish so far. So, he's the guy that he's such a good shallow water fisherman. Great shallow water fisherman.
And right now he's got to get all the points he can right now because Thrift is obviously our Angler of the Year leader right now. But Cobb is in second right now for the Angler of the Year points race. And so, with Thrift fishing great, Cobb has really got to make sure he stays right on those heels to give him a shot at actually winning the title.
Angler, and sorry to interrupt you. That's a young angler that a lot of people don't know a lot about. He's always catching them. Last year at the FLW, the Forest Wood Cup, they point out to me, this kid knows how to catch them, makes a lot of top 10s, has amazing stats, and he's really one of those unsung guys that I'm always saying, sponsors, you need to check this kid out. He's amazing, and he knows how to fish. I've watched him on the water, and he is really good at making adjustments. And no surprise he's doing so well again this year, quietly. Right? Quietly.
Yes. But we keep repeatedly seeing him. Yeah, and he is, you're absolutely right. He's quietly snuck into that 2nd place spot for Angler of the Year points race. So he's not going anywhere.
Well, our current Angler of the Year, the guy that won the last 2 events, it's shocking that a guy can win back-to-back like that. But he didn't have a good tournament this time. So now the door is starting to crack open for that big race of the prestigious, Angler of the Year title. Here we are live right now with Weaver.
Yes. We haven't actually seen much of him today.
Joshua Weaver, he's been catching them pretty good though, and he's
had out here today. This morning bite was not happening this morning, and just came back to Harris. The wind's finally picking up a little bit. Caught my third keeper. Came out here to try to fish a brush pile to get a limit, and then go try to fill it out with some better fish. The wind changed directions on me today, so where I was catching them yesterday, it's pretty slack wind today. Hoping that when the wind picks up a little bit more this afternoon bite will pick up. We'll catch them up again this afternoon like we did yesterday afternoon. But conditions today are just bright blue skies, winds out of the northeast. So it definitely toughened things up a bit on me. But we're gonna get them this afternoon.
Talking about that north wind right there, you hear that? The northeast wind. Bright blue skies and a northeast wind. Funny story about Josh Weaver. He was going to cut his hair and shave during this event, but he did so well the first 2 days. He said he's not cutting or shaving anything. That's his one of the little side notes here right now. Superstitions are big in these things, right?
Yep.
And if you sit there and you say, I hope you change his underwear. I mean, that's one thing you do want to change, but you're not going to shave. You're not going to cut your hair. You're just going to keep everything the way it was because you had a good first day. You had a good second day. You're in the top 20. I promise you, if we see him fishing tomorrow, you won't see anything different. Here he is. Action from earlier on. Catching a few fish right there. A little froggy. See the Kermit? Looks like a little frog right there, doesn't it?
Is that what we got? That might be.
That's a little green froggy thing looking. It's green and it's froggy. I'm going with froggy. What do you think?
It's froggy. I'll give you froggy.
Kermit? Speed frog? Popping frog? Some kind of frog? Joshua Weaver, he had one previous career top 20 tour cut at Lake Okeechobee. He got 7th in 2016.
Yep, and he's looking for, so last year was his rookie season, but this year he's looking for his first tour victory right now. And so love to see a guy get his first shot at the title, and he's put himself right there in the running.
And he's had a great start of the year. I mean, this year, 2017, he got Lake Okeechobee in the Costa Southeastern Division. He got 2nd. And Lake Seminole, he got 13th. So he's having a good start to the season. Another one of those guys, when you're on him, when you're in the zone, it's like you can just do no wrong.
Yep.
It really is amazing. When you're having a run, you just feel great. Yes, on day 2, he had a 22-pound, 10-ounce limit. It was the largest limit he's ever weighed in FLW Tour competition. I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, if you're going to win one of these, you want to fish better than you've ever have, and he's doing just that. And so I think that although he's dropped a little bit in the standings today unofficially, I think that he's got a lot of room. He's only got 3 in the live well. I think he's going to put something together, and we're going to probably see him fishing tomorrow and really have a shot at maybe even taking home the W on this one.
And he won't certainly forget yesterday. When you catch the heaviest stringer you've ever caught in an FLW event, that's one of those things where I can remember with great clarity those biggest stringers ever, his being 22 pounds, 10 ounces yesterday.
Yeah,
I wouldn't shave either.
You know what? If it's working, if everything is working, you're better off just not changing a thing, because you really don't know if it's a combination of something or if it's just all due to one. So keep doing what's working for you and see if it keeps working.
Well, see, when they tell you, they say, hey, dude, you smoked him yesterday. You're in 4th place. The camera's going to be on you. Man, I'm going to have a camera on me. My family's going to be watching on FLW Live. But I don't want to shave. I don't want to cut my hair. I'll wear my jersey, but I don't want to tighten up. I don't want to look any cleaner. I'm going to go with this. I can't because I'm superstitious. Yep. I want to catch 22 pounds again tomorrow. I want to knock the socks off these other guys.
Speaking of families watching, we have a ton of live viewers right now, and once again, we're always checking social media. So make sure you guys are hashtagging FLW Live, hashtagging FLW Fishing. Here's JM Revels. Congrats on bringing FLW Live into the 21st century. Yes, we are modernizing everything going on here. How about giving my daughter Taylor a shout out on her 16th, sweet 16th
Happy
for
birthday, Taylor.
Big shout out for Taylor. Hopefully she's going to do something else. She'll get to do something else other than watch this FLW Live. We'll let her enjoy her 16th birthday.
Oh.
Bass Angler Headquarters, BHQ, Steve. I know this company right here. Gotta love at FLW Fishing Live with Travis and Byron. Hashtag FLW Live, FLW Fishing. Guys, loving the interaction.
Translate from Portuguese. I mean, this is that international thing.
Wow, Bobby Gray, love it.
Coffee and FLW and potato chips. If you listen to Travis, that includes a bag of potato chips, coffee, and FLW
Yes,
Live, baby.
That's exactly. If I wasn't sitting here, I'd be eating chips, sitting on the couch watching this thing.
Dana Botello, rocking today. FLW Live, watching
Nice.
it, watching live. Thank you, Dana.
Now, one thing I'd like to see from our live viewers: who are you guys rooting for? Why are you tuning in? I want to know what fan bases we have. We want to know who's got the biggest following and the biggest support out there on social media. So make sure you hashtag who you're rooting for as well. I'm not even sure who this is we're watching right now. But look at this, Byron. This is interesting too. You got the hoodie on, blocking out a little side light as well.
Oh yeah,
Is
yeah.
this
Sight
LeHew?
fishing.
Going up this canal looking for a few bedders. I left one yesterday, and
Yep.
probably somewhere 2 1/4, I would say.
What you're doing there is you're
And,
blocking.
yesterday he wouldn't even lock on. There was a little like blow-in mat right at the edge of his bed, and he would just swim under that and never come out. But today he locked on in about 2 casts or 2 flips, and then it took me a few more to catch him, but that was a good sign that he locked on that quick. Amazing what 24 hours can do to one of those bedfish. Like sometimes it's an hour. I mean, we just passed the bed back there that I was flipping for a 13-incher to catch my limit on day 1, and a 6.5 pounder swam up there, and it took me like 3 flips to catch her, 2 flips. I mean, I've never had one do that. I never even saw the fish. It swam out from under my boat. It was probably sitting in 5 foot of water, and you can't see deeper than 3.5 here. Got a little tannic color to it, typical Florida. But it is one of the cleaner ones I've been in. But I didn't see any new ones down that stretch, so I don't think there's any more coming. I haven't gone real far back in here, and I might here real quick just to see. One big one will go a long way for me. I've got one that's not quite 1 3/4 pounds, about 1.5 pounds. And 4 or 5 pounder would give me just a decent bag. It is hard doing this in a tournament because I have not caught one casting in here yet. It's pretty much you see one locked on or you're not going to catch one.
Approach right now. He's going both. He's fishing the lakes, but then he's every once in a while going into these canals. And this has really been something that's paid off for him. He's keeping the fish honest. He's making sure he's going back and forth and seeing what turns on and making sure he doesn't miss anything. So here is a replay that proves that he's really, he's on all. Look at that. I mean, come on. He just moved into the canals. He needed a good fish to really get things going, moving forward in the day, and there it is.
Not a bad one.
And it's always nice when you make those adjustments in the day and it immediately pays off. You move right in the canal, caught a good fish. Might be one of his better fish for the day. And so I'm sure that gives him a little more confidence to keep going back in this canal and keep searching out some stuff.
And you notice he put the big, heavy duty black hoodie on. He's doing what we call the Darth Vader. You know, I got all the Crazy Ivan, Sean Connery. Now this is the Darth Vader. You put that big, heavy thing on, you block all the sun out, so you don't have to have your hands over your glasses. You're blocking all the light out from behind, so you don't get that polarization to come back over your eyes. You're looking for fish, and it just really helps intensify your focus. And when you block out that light, like he's doing right there, right now. Oh, and there's a big one. That one's there you go, the dreaded twig fish.
Yep.
You know, there is something to going in there and looking around and kind of going on the bank, whichever one has the sun shining on it, but adjusting your eyes to full into the shade too. You can go down the shady sides as well. It just takes your eyes a little bit more to adjust, but you can see him in both ways. And he's done something interesting. He's looking further back than he's looked before. He's going back further than he has. Pulled up on a small one the other day, just trying to catch a male, and the female pulls up. He caught her within 3 casts, and the fish was off because all these females are sitting out there where your boat's at right now. Very hard to catch, if not impossible, because they're waiting to pull up and spawn. You know, he's got a shout out from Jason Lambert, one of the guys actually in the tournament. He says, and when you really end up, I won't use the exact words, but when you stink it up and you have a bad tournament, you watch FLW Live as you're driving home.
Yep.
Jason, man, I feel for you. So guys right now that are driving home and they got us on their phone and they're watching, man, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yep. What did I do wrong? They're watching these guys almost as if it's a playbook of saying, boy, I missed that, or I was in that canal, or I didn't do that. And Jason Lambert, I feel for you, buddy. You're a good friend of ours, and we both have started getting a kick out of the fact that we got some fan base with our own guys that are watching and saying, darn it,
absolutely.
FLW Live, give me a little insight on what I should have done.
Yes. Or sometimes watching and going, that's what I was doing. Why didn't that work out
I
for
was
me?
right there. Good point. Yes, I was there.
But Jason, you know, go home, lick the wounds, and get ready to come back strong for Lake Cumberland.
Safe travels, buddy. And again, if you guys are watching and you're anywhere in the Central Florida area, don't miss this weigh-in. Go down there and check out Chris Jones, the legend, doing what he does best. The legend, I hear ya, knocking it out, catching them every day. 5 in the bag for you.
5 in the bag.
The legend. Sorry if I'm blowing the audio up. I'm just doing a little Chris Jones impersonation. Shake the legend's hand. Tell him you think he's a legend like I do.
And that's going to be down at Venetian Gardens, guys, at the
Lakeside
Expo.
Park, yeah.
Yep, you can watch the weigh-in and have some good times.
Man, it's a great thing for the kids. If you're anywhere in the area, get down there. The kids have a blast. It's so much more than just a weigh-in. It's so much more than just a bunch of guys bringing their fish to the docks. It's so much interactive stuff for the kids to do, people to get the youth of our sport fired up. You know, after they go to the Expo, they're like, man, I want to get out there and go fishing. Mom, Dad, take me out. You see these guys weighing these fish, talk to the pros. Just a good time.
And we've mentioned kids. You don't have to be just a kid, too. We've got a lot of golf carts, some retirees coming down there. You know, we're in Florida. We got these people with, they got free time on their hands. So come on down and check out the live weigh-in. Get some insight of what they're biting on so you guys can go back out and hammer them next week.
Idle back out. Look at the 8 inches blowing up.
Look at John Cox. He's actually on. This is exciting stuff. He's pitching multiple times, and we're zooming in to see if we can see what he sees. A little more polarization on that lens. You might be able to see what's
Let's go. You too.
Somebody jogging by.
He's over by the golf course, I think. If we get a shot a little bit further out, we might see that. He's over there. There's a golf course and a big park over there where he's at in those canals down there, the Dora canals.
Gator hunting's going great.
Look at all the boats, Shane.
Like that's all back here. 8 inchers and gators this far back. I'm gonna idle back out. I left one yesterday on the right side. I'm gonna see if it's there. Hopefully, because it was a lot bigger than that one. Not a lot, but
John Cox is bowed up on one right there.
a pound bigger at least.
Shane making another move. He says he's going to be idling back out more towards the mouth. And movement's paying off for him. He's really fishing a good game right now.
Damn it. But it helps me see.
You know, making the right decisions, and now I think he's really in his zone. He's really in a groove right now.
3.5 or so.
Ooh, John Cox. He's looking at about a 3.5 pounder. That means it could be a 4 pounder. Look.
I think she decided to leave already. Yeah. Okay. But don't go cussing. Gotcha.
And this is great. We're hearing all of John's internal thoughts right now. We are fully live, uncut, and we're going to see what's really going through John's head.
Uncensored. We can't really bleep is what you're saying.
Yes.
We can't do the Happy Gilmore, right? We can't be like, you remember Happy Gilmore? Beep, 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 beep. Be good to have some Happy Gilmore. The bleeping thing, we don't have a delay on this, folks. Not a single 7-second, 3-second delay. It's like, if it's in your head and it's the moment of, I promise you, you're going to hear a lot of words this year when somebody loses a fish.
And she jumped
Canal
that
here
fish.
that,
Oh boy.
Probably at least a 3-pounder, but you know, yesterday
They're
that
coming
one
in,
that I
but
just caught wasn't staying. It would swim off, and a lot of times you can lock them on just actually flipping when they're not even in the bed. They'll sit off of it and they'll swim up in there and lock on, and then usually I can, you know, catch them in a few, 10-15 minutes at the most. But this one yesterday, every time I would flip in there, I'd leave my bait in and it would never come back. I wouldn't even see it anymore.
You see all these guys looking right now, you know, it's that bewitching hour. This is the time from 11 o'clock on. It's 11 o'clock there in Florida, and I'll tell you, this is when the fish get to moving. They start getting up. They start doing the dance. Fish that are pulled off of the bank make that move. They find a female. They pair up. And this really is, from now until weigh-in, if you could have 0 fish at this point and still come in smelling like a rose and being the tournament leader because of what can happen in these hours between 11 o'clock and weigh-in. The sun's up high now, it's warming up, and the fish just get fired up. They're easier to catch, they're easier to see. John Cox is on point right now. He's looking at one. Shane's doing the same thing. You know, he started off on a shad spawn early in the day. This morning he did very, very well with the shad spawn, and then he also just flipped around out there, but a lot of these guys said, hey, I'm going to get
Little
into
area may be running out of bass. After this one, we may go practice. Try to find something new.
And Shane really bringing up a good point. He might just be running out of fish in these areas. Sight fishing for 4 straight days is very hard to come by, and with limited experience. Shane not from the area, so he's really got to cover the water or try to run those patterns that he learned in the couple days of pre-fishing. But one of the guys that might be able to extend that pre-fishing, extend that spawn bite is John Cox, just surely because of the knowledge, the experience he has on this water. He knows all the little nooks and crannies. He knows all the little spot, and really, he only needs 5 fish today. 5 bites in the entire fishery, and he's got a library, a plethora of knowledge in that mind that he can go to try to find those 5 fish he needs.
Because they spawn every year in the same places. I mean, he can go down the lake and remember where he caught bedfish last year, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And much like salmon, I compare a bass to a salmon in that they go back to spawn every year into the same area. And we're not talking just the area, we're talking the exact same twig, the same leaf. If the water level is stable, you can catch bedfish every year on the exact same target. And growing up out on the West Coast, we learned that in the Colorado River. We had little places, and every year you go back to these places like Lake Havasu, where you were talking about you were recently, and those fish spawn on the exact same spot. If it's a sunken umbrella, there's a bedfish on that sunken umbrella every year. If there's a rock in the middle of a mud flat, those fish spawn on that rock every year. John Cox has 1 million of those on this lake. In his head, he's got 1 million little targets he can go to, and Shane is just hoping he finds a new school of fish somewhere.
Yep.
And he is talking about running out of fish. He is saying, these fish might be going away. I need more. They got until 3:30 to weigh in. So they got from now until 3:30, and that really is, the conditions couldn't be better for sight fishing between now and 3:30.
Yeah. And Shane's fishing this correctly, though, because he has different options going on. You see Cox, he's only bed fishing, not trying anything else. He's sticking with it. Where Shane, he really has to throw a mixed bag in there. He goes back to the main lake, tucks into a canal, goes back to the main lake, tucks into another canal. So he's really making sure he doesn't put all his eggs in the bed fishing basket, I guess, and because he knows he just doesn't have all the options that Cox has. So he's really got to mix things up a bit.
Yeah, but what a gift having a shad spawn in the morning. He said something, I think he said that Josh Weaver actually turned him on to it. He said that, I think I heard him mention earlier when we were live with him, that he had said something about Josh Weaver said that shad spawn. And that is, if you don't know that's going on, you could miss that, because it's over in the first couple hours.
Yes.
By the time, I'm sure right now there's guys driving home, they're like, shad spawn from the tournament. Like our friend Jason might be going, wait a minute now. Because if you don't have that shad spawn first thing in the morning, you miss it until you hear the guy saying there was that happening. And if you're in the right area at the right time, you have something like Shane talked about earlier today. He hooks a fish, he's reeling it in, and there's bait blowing up everywhere, and other fish that are blowing up bait as he's reeling a fish in. That's exciting. It's nice to have that and then be able to go bed fishing. Looks like Shane pulled up on something. Found a little something. Little bed fishing going on. Both guys right now not looking. They've both found a target, which is obviously a male and or a female. They might be paired up, but they have a target now of a fish on a bed that they're having to entice, and that becomes a precision casting situation where you want to cast past the bed, bring the bait into the bed, try to get the fish to fire up as the bait approaches the bed or gets right into the heart of the bed. There usually is a heart to the bed, like a little target, a little particular spot where the eggs are actually going to be laid, and every single bed is different, and you have to figure out which cast they like, and even which boat angle they like. I'll even take the boat and go 180 degrees around that bed, because they might want it coming from left to right or right to left, and there's such a precision with regards to the way these fish Some fish want the bait coming uphill. Like John Cox is now moving a little bit to the side. You pitch the bait off to the side, bring it sideways instead of down. I think I got a little bit of audio there. Sometimes they want the boat up against the bank and they want it coming from out to in. If you're on bed fishing, you want to be able to go, try going all the way around the bed, fishing different angles. Don't just fish one angle and say they're not going to bite. Because just because you're fishing it, casting up and bringing it down, every other guy's done that all the way through. So maybe this fish has seen a million baits coming from the bank to the deep water. Go to the side and try going sideways one way, sideways another way. Put the boat on the bank and try going out to in if you can do that, and casting out and coming to the side in. But there's always like a recipe to catching each and every one of these sight fish, and you got to play this game to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, there really is. You described it as dancing earlier too. It is. He's moving around and stuff, and he's really trying to study that fish.
Yes.
How is that fish responding? I mean, he's not just thinking about catching the fish. He's really trying to read the mood of the fish, how it responds when he lines up a certain way, when he casts up right on the nest. Does that fish spook off right away? Does he have to cast right up onto the shore every time and bring it in really subtly? He's got to figure out that fish's mood and how it's responding to things. Once he kind of learns the best approach and what that fish is responding, then he'll kind of switch some baits and switch up some other things to see if he can actually get that fish to finally commit.
And don't think every fish will. I mean, I've been bed fishing for 30 years. I started doing it when I was 16 out west, and the one thing I always got tired of hearing people say is, "Oh, I can see him, I can catch him." Well, that's not true. You need to know when to pull up the stakes and leave, because a real seasoned pro knows you're not going to catch anywhere near all the fish you can see. You might see them on a bed. They might look like they're catchable. They might act like they're locked on. You could spend the day dying on these fish and wasting just too much time. Like, time management's everything.
Nice, and Thrift looked like he's catching a nice fish right here. This is a great shot we've got. We got all four anglers here, and let's see.
Not a big one.
Yeah, if he doesn't, if that fish doesn't go in the live well, then I think he's. I was gonna say, I think he's exaggerating about his fish that are in there.
A couple ounces anyway.
Now, the one thing, like you said about the how long to fish for those bedfish. The sailors, didn't they used to talk about how like they would see mermaids on the rocks and they would lead them, they would follow the song or whatever and they'd end up crashing?
Yeah.
That's kind of what can happen with bed fishing. You see that big old, beautiful female bass sitting on that bed. A lot of anglers have gotten caught in that time warp. Yeah. They sit there and they don't realize, oh my gosh, I just wasted 3 hours of my tournament on this beauty and I have nothing to show for it except for I'm driving home now.
Look right here.
Stay button, baby.
Look down here.
Around some of these pads.
Oh, this is
Dortch.
pulling hard.
Bradley,
I mean,
Bradley Dortch, live action right
he's
here.
He's definitely caught up in a lot of this.
Oh.
This is a huge, and he's got it. He has got it.
Gosh.
Thank you, Jesus.
I hope we get some audio right now because Dortch is moving way up.
Look at that one.
Listen.
Thank you, Lord. Look at that toad, Big Daddy.
Bradley Dortch.
9.
9. What a beautiful fish.
Put that enigma to work, baby.
Wow.
Guys, before this fish, Bradley only has 2 fish in live well right now.
Seven.
Thank you, Lord. Woo!
7, 8 pounds. You know, we've seen a couple 7s so far.
Didn't.
We might just be witnessing the biggest fish of the term. We've had a 7-6 caught the first day by Bradley Dortch, actually.
Changed things.
7-14 yesterday. Or no, he caught the 7-6 yesterday. That guy caught big fish yesterday. Hold on now. I think we need to ask him, is that fish bigger than the one he caught yesterday?
No, she got her own hotel. She got her own room.
We got it on live, dude. It's so cool.
Wow. Thank you, Lord.
No stranger to catching big fish. Caught a 7-6 yesterday.
Really? No, I don't know. Actually, I just told my cameraman I've just lost 2 or 3 again back there. And
if you look, you'll see like it's kind of a little separate clump of lily pads. And it's in the middle of this spawning pocket. And these fish have been, you know, pre-spawn fish pulling up, they're heading in. I got post-spawn fish coming out, and I even got some fry garters. And usually around 11 o'clock, I broke a 7 off in this same patch, first day of the tournament. And I just told my camera guy, I said, I'm gonna catch one over there in that patch. And I sure did. Yes!
That'll make you feel good.
Woo! That thing put up a fight. It's like a thank you, Lord.
That shit's gonna drive me nuts.
Replay of that fish. Check this out right here.
I know.
Like I go by, she's gone.
Shaking
come
like a
back,
leaf.
and she looks at it.
Look at that fish.
All right, let's do that again.
Oh, and you can tell it's tangled up in the weeds.
Oh. Come back to live with Bradley Dortch.
And we watched that live and the camera went down. You could see that big old mouth just sloshing around right there. That got my heart pumping.
Oh, it's a big one. Stay button, baby. Yes! Finally! Thank you, Jesus! Look at that one! Thank you, Lord! Look at that toad, Big Daddy. 9. Put that enigma to work, baby.
Back to live action now. Bradley Dortch, again, he had Big Bass day 2 with a 7.6. Big Bass day 1 was a 7.14 by Cody Bird. That may be bigger than the 7.14. That could be a big fish of the tournament so far.
And not let it get off.
And he's had some big ones come undone. He's lost some big ones. So this is, he's obviously around some quality fish.
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah.
When he said 3s and 7s and lost this and lost that, when he popped that out, you're like, ooh, that's scary. And noticeably, he's not sight fishing. He's just pitching those things. Those could be bed fish, like you talked about earlier, Travis.
Like that one right there, baby. Maybe if I can put them in the boat. I still got plenty of time. 11:20. I don't check in till 3:30. So this is Florida. Don't take but 5 of the right pitches. You can get rich quick.
He said he's got fish coming and going. You know, I mean, it's neat to hear these guys talk while this is happening on the water live. He said he's got fish coming in, you know, fish moving into spawn.
No, and to be honest with you, I don't really like this. I don't like to look at them. I mean, I know I'm catching some off the bed, but during practice, I was seeing, you know, 2 guys in a canal and 2 guys, you know, coming out of a canal. I mean, it was all day long, and I just said I'm not getting caught up. I mean, you can get burnt really easy, and I mean, I knew I was around some decent fish, so, and being the first year trying to make the Forest Wood Cup, points are crucial. I mean, I can't afford a bomb any day, you know. I didn't have a good finish at Travis, but, you know, hey, it wasn't a disaster. I think I ended up 84th or something, so it'll be all right. No bombs. That's the key. I mean, I got to keep my head down right here. I got 1 giant and 2 little ones, but I've had my opportunities. Just got to capitalize on them. And there's more. I mean, it's, like I said, it's Florida. There's more big ones around. That ain't the only one.
Yeah, Bradley Dortch, what a spot. You know, what an area. He popped off a lot of lost fish, missed opportunities. I mean, he
It's like
gave us
some
a
Babe
little.
Ruth stuff while y'all. Man, I called my shot. I did like. Huh? I did. Before I even got here. I'm just glad it didn't get off.
That was amazing. Get rich quick. Dortch running the get rich quick scheme right now. The Florida little move, and he says it only takes 5 fish, and he couldn't be
Just
more
need
right.
Four more like that one, I'll be in good shape.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm kind of torn between going to throw a trap in the wind and sitting here flipping and hoping for just a few more bites. I mean, like I said, 2 bites like that puts you at 16, 17 pounds. I mean, that's what it's going to take to win. So I've already made the top. I'm already in the top 20, so there ain't nowhere to go but up. So might as well keep fishing for big ones.
Yep, you can't finish 21st.
And there's more fish right here. Like I said, it's slow. Just
Here, we're getting a little look
barely
at what he's
working it
fishing.
through these pads.
And it seems like Dortch has really figured out where these big fish, like you said, the stopping grounds, there's coming, going. He's in that bus stop area where there's a lot of fish, a lot of quality fish there. And his key to success might just be execution. Can he get those? He's obviously hooking into those big fish, but can he get those in the boat? Because you've got a lot of things in the way. You've got the pads that he's hooking into. He's breaking off fish. So it's more of just, can he execute that fish all the way into the boat?
Yeah, you're right, Travis. He said something about, do you go out to the flats out there and go catch a quick, if it's possible, catch a quick, fill out that big fish you just caught, run out to the pads, catch a couple other keepers on a lipless
Like that
crankbait.
fish, I don't know. That fish looked like she was. That fish looked like she actually was spawning. And that's the thing. A lot of the better fish have come on the outside edge of the pads. You don't get many bites on the outside edge, but the ones you do get are the better fish. I know in Florida, a lot of times, even sight fishing, your bigger fish are going to bed a couple feet deeper than a lot of your smaller ones. So this is actually one of the deepest stretch of pads I've found all week. It's about 7 foot of water right here on the edge. So.
John Cox still looking away, just burning banks.
I mean, so far so good, and that's what I, was talking earlier as far as practice. It's just funny because my wife says, hey, I hope you have a bad practice, because usually if I have a bad practice, it turns into a good tournament because I don't get stuck, what I was doing, just a routine. Like here, half of this stuff I found, I didn't fish this in practice. I didn't fish the other in practice. Once I kind of get a few bites, key bites, bigger bites doing one thing, I would almost just rather ride around, and if it looks good, stop and fish it, And that's what I said. I was torn between going to Griffin and, and staying here. But after I caught the 2 4s the first morning of the tournament, I knew, I'd get a lot more fishing time by staying, in Harris. So, I don't know. Like I said, I always fish better just riding around. If it looks good, stop and fish it. Just fishing off your gut, So, as far as the season, my goal is to make the end of the year, make the championship, and have an opportunity to fish for 300,000. So.
Josh Weaver's at Lake Harris. bouncing around. There's a Bradley Dortch talked about not going to Lake Griffin, but staying close by as well, getting more fishing time. These guys are in Little Lake Harris, not far from the launch ramp. And I love what he said about the practice. My wife said, I hope you had a bad practice. And boy, is that true. Sometimes when you have a bad practice, you're wide open to do well in the tournament. Because bad practices a lot of times equal good tournaments because you don't have any preconceived notions and you're really just fishing wide open, looking for, we're still trying to find them when it actually counts instead of finding them before it counts. Kind of a motto among the guys, bad practice, good tournament.
Are we still live?
We're still live. Love it.
Bradley, go ahead and call another shot if you'd like.
Babe Ruth it. That was the Babe Ruth, man. Put that finger up Babe Ruth style like you did.
Show us another mat.
I got a few more stretches of pads. I haven't fished. So, and there's been fish on them every day. And then I still got a few other isolated clumps headed back into the ramp. I'm gonna give 30, 45 minutes on the way in. I've caught some decent fish on them, so I haven't had to use them all week. So no better day than today.
That is a man of confidence right now. He's not going to go sight fishing. He will not be going in a canal. This guy is going to.
Yeah, I mean, if I run by a clump of grass or some offshore stuff, I may stop and, spend 10, 15 minutes throwing a trap or, dragging a worm through it. But I'm going to bounce between isolated offshore clumps and pads. Like I said, a lot of these fish are pulling in, pulling out, so you're getting new fish every day. So who knows, they may fish a stretch, pull up on the right stretch, and it don't take but a few flips in Florida, and you can go from a zero to a hero quick.
Fishing live well 3. Byron, you've always emphasized that third fish being a big milestone in your limit.
Mm-hmm.
That you've now gotten past the halfway mark, and what a better way to go. You're at that 2, you want that third, you want to get over halfway, and then drop an 8 in the live well. You are seeing his mood. It is 180 degree different. He is totally different angler right now. Laughing, calling his shot, talking about all the spots he's got right now. Now he's just like, he only needs 2 more fish, and he's on his way to an incredible limit. So this should be very interesting, seeing how this plays out the rest of the day for him. Sounds like a lot of options. Sounds like we could really see some cool things out of Dortch here.
Dennis TJ checking in with me saying, it really, really sucks listening to you doing FLW Live with Travis while I'm driving home. Dennis, thanks for listening and watching. Again, drive safe, man. It's cool to have my buddies that are in this thing going, oh, what a bad tournament I had.
Yep.
Probably looking at that shot saying, hey, I fished that spot where Dortch is sitting right there. I shook one off in practice right there. Well, guess what? Dortch just caught it.
Yep. Unfortunately, you got to have winners, you got to have losers, and everyone's got to play the long road home game every now and then as well. But you guys, we have a lot of people watching. I've gotten some updates. Do you know that we're live right now at the event too? They've got a trailer. I just got a picture from some of the guys that are at the event watching us on the trailer.
Really?
Huge, yes. We're huge. It's an enormous shots of us. But let's look at some. Here's our Twitter feed. Jay Ben 706, FLW Live rooting for John Cox. He's looking like he's having a great tournament. I was his co-angler at Champlain last year. Great guy and deserves a W. He is a great guy and he does deserve this W. Rooting for him as well. Ashley Ray, big time female angler, big time angler just in general. She's really got
missing Florida.
You want to learn some social media? Watch this girl. She's all over social media, Byron. Maybe she can teach you a few things about hashtagging and
loves
stuff.
to fish.
All right?
Very cool.
Tuning in from Ontario. John Barger, FLW Fish, FLW Live. I see a Thrift, gonna be a third-time bridesmaid. I'll be happy to co-host FLW Live. All right, so we've got, John, are you suggesting you're gonna replace Byron or me here? I'm not sure what he's implying, but.
He just co-host. It was co-co-host.
Okay, co-co-host.
So that means there's 3 of us on the stage.
Nice.
We got a chair for him. Bring up a chair for John.
All right. Eric Zrust Fishing. Cheering for Jim
Moina,
Monya.
that's Moina, baby.
Yes,
Moina's the
Minnesota
juice.
man. Frozen 20 degrees in Minnesota. Yeah, wishing you were with Jim right now, huh?
Jim Moina.
Rock pile tackle. All right.
Enoch Elia, working 12 hours a day all weekend. Thank God for FLW Live and my wife's awesome lunch.
Nice. Someone's getting paid 12 hours a day, 12 hours an hour to watch
I
the.
love that picture. Look at that.
That's a big bass.
Great job, guys. I love the picture of the TV and the fish right next to it. That's a fisherman right
This
there.
looks like a little bit of a man cave. This guy, he's eating potato chips.
Yeah.
He's eating potato chips, drinking a soda. I think if I get replaced as co-host, I might go hang out with this guy and watch
the place
live.
to do it. Chris Mitchell.
Go Tin Boatman. Yes, guys. John Cox fishing out of that aluminum boat.
Best
Stealth man.
boat to sight fish out of, period. Best size boat to fish out of, period. Right there.
And also proven that you don't need the big fiberglass boat to compete in the big leagues here.
Not at all. Back to Dortch. Bradley Dortch. Well, we're getting ready to go to commercial. Right now, we're getting ready to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah,
And
let's take a breather. We've had a lot of action. We've had a lot of stuff change right now.
But if we're going to leave, let's leave with the best thing of all. I got to see that big fish one more time. That might be the big fish of the tournament, and we got to see it live here on FLW Live. That was pretty cool. Right now, this is the guy that is in the catbird seat. Oh, and there it is.
Look at this. What a fish.
What a
and
day.
you watch his run. You can see, I mean, he can barely hold on. And he looks like a strong man to me. And look at that. That fish is controlling him. Let's see. Let's wait for the head shake. This is the best part. Look at that.
Don't let it come off right there. That was a painful. If that would have gone slack line, I would have been sick.
Oh, man. That's what live action is all about. We're going to take a short breather. And we're going to be back with our last portion of FLW Live.
Enjoy FLW Live with us right here. Don't go anywhere for the last hour. It's heating up at the Harris Chain.
Put that enigma to work, baby.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
A full field of tournament anglers are ready to try their best to capture some magic on the legendary Tennessee River fishery known as Gunnersville Lake.
This Tennessee River, man, they're so healthy. Look at that hammer.
And while a few get off to a hot start, the cold weather has everyone fishing slow, hoping for that big bite.
What do you think about that?
It's the 2017 FLW Tour season opener on Gunnersville Lake, presented by Lowrance.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Out of office? Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with ever-new E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
All right, guys, we're back with our live action. That's definitely what it is. It is action here on day 3, third stop of the FLW 2017 Tour, Harris Lake. We've got some activity going on. We've got bed fishing. We've got post spawn fishing, and we've got great coverage on all our anglers as well. So this has been a fun event to cover and really peek in on what these guys are doing, man.
Little bed fishing right now by John Cox, your current tournament leader. Has had a really comfortable lead. Going into today, had a little over a 6-pound lead from the rest of the guys. But there's been some major movement with guys catching some quality fish, like we just saw a minute ago. Bradley Dortch catching a fish between 8 and 9 pounds, maybe 7. He had big fish yesterday, so we're gonna go with 8 for now. But there's been a 7-14 caught the first day, and then second day. The same guy that we just saw catch that fish caught a 7-6 on day 2 yesterday. So John Cox needs to be looking over his shoulder a little bit. He has had a heck of a lead, but it's Florida. There's a lot of 6s and 7s and 8s in the Harris chain of lakes. And right now for John Cox, it's an Easter egg hunt. It is getting close to springtime, and he's turning and burning with that little boat of his, really looking for just a quality, big, healthy fish to keep him in the lead. He's looking for his 5th fish right now. And like I said, it is an Easter egg hunt. If you find that Easter egg, you come around one of those pad stems right there, you go along that riprap wall and the little rock wall, and you find a big one sitting on a bed, and it bites in a few casts.
We're trying to get number 5 here, but
Here we go, he's talking.
I'm not nervous because I'm not really. We'll run into another one here sooner or later, but we're kind of in a part of the day where I'm seeing a lot of the fish, they're starting to rub. We're actually starting to get a push of fish starting to come up, which is surprising. And, so I'm thinking it's going to come down to the last minute again, and just hopefully we can make the right calls when that window opens up where we can actually catch those fish. So I've kind of got a few of them marked. Nothing big, but some 3-pounders and stuff. And, I'm probably going to just, I'm going to run a few more little areas and try to find a couple other fish, and then I'm going to go back and I'm just going to do a milk run of those 3-pounders and, see if we can't catch a good limit. Yeah, I'm not going to change anything up, it's kind of, there's only certain ways to do it, and this is how I've always, most of my bed fishing has gone like this, and I'm kind of used to it, so I'm just going to stick with what, I'm used to doing and see what happens. Where we're going right now, I'm going to try the back here. There was no fish towards the mouth of this, but then when you got all the way to the back, there was a couple 3-pounders. I'm gonna go see if there's any back there still, and maybe we can get lucky and get us 1 or 2.
You know, John Cox just said, hey, it's warming up. He said things are starting to happen. John Cox is saying he's seeing fish rub. He goes, he was even surprised by the activity. I mean, there's some exciting stuff going on. I think you got some, you got a vested interest in this surprise.
Oh, I got a huge smile, man. You guys at home can't see this, so I'm going to update you guys right now. We're talking about things turning on. There are big fish being caught. I want to tell you guys, if you live anywhere in the area, you've got to go check out the live weigh-in. These guys weigh in at 3:30. The actual weigh-in is going to start at 4 o'clock, and you are going to see some big fish being weighed in. We just got reports from my California buddy, Aaron Britt. Aaron legit Britt stuck one that could be 10 pounds. We've got a double-digit possibility being weighed in. He just catapulted himself unofficially from 15th to 6th place. Really representing the West Coast right now, and I can't wait to see how this charge works out for him right now.
And Tim Frederick, now just unofficially, Tim Frederick has a 6-pounder. Tim Frederick moves into the top 10. He's got 2 fish, unofficially a 2-pounder and a 6-pounder. Then we see Bradley Dortch catch this fish right now, somewhere between 7 and 8. Venetian Park, Lakeside, get to Central Florida right now. This is going to be a big fish factory weigh-in. I know Chris Jones, the legend, is going to lose his voice today.
Absolutely.
He's going to lose his voice today. Another big one. I mean, I can't even do the Jones impersonation, but this is going to be exciting, dude.
This is what Florida lakes are all about. Florida's got big, big bass, and when you see these guys turn on, we're going to see some crazy things coming into the finish line right now at day 3.
It's that full moon. It's bluebird skies. It's getting warm now. That moon phase is right. You know, guys are saying it has been a struggle, but gosh, the big fish bite is something fun to watch. And you just got done popping off about Britt.
Yep.
You were giving some Westside love an hour and a half ago. Boy, you're the lucky rabbits for this guy.
Oh, don't count him out, man. I've seen him do some amazing things. He's actually pretty new to the sport, too. He was an MMA fighter turned bass fisherman.
Is that right?
Yeah, definitely a huge parallel to the two. I mean, it's obviously the same thing, so it's easy to jump back and forth, but he's having a lot of success at the at the fishing.
10-pounder didn't have a chance, did it? I mean, he's an MMA fighter. He hooks a 10. The 10's like, what? What's on the other end of this rod? His wrist did not break. His arms did not fail. That dude jerked in the boat. He probably bounced that 10-pounder in with his giant catapult. You know, it's a phenomenon with these lakes, especially in the springtime and late spring. There's a zone where the fish just fire up, and it's Florida more than ever. We were talking about that since the beginning of the show. Past 11 o'clock, 12, 1, 2 o'clock, it just goes off. The lake turns on because the fish, it's like they know it's a stable day. They know that the weather's good. They sense that the sun's shining. Florida bass love sun. Love it. They love the sun. That's the sunshine state for a reason. The bass activate. And so when you have a stable weather pattern on a sunny day, those big fish just make a move, and especially the moon phase is right. It's as if they all turn on at the same time around the lake. That's why you see a guy rolling an 8-pounder, and then Britt rolling a 10-pounder. Now Tim Frederick rolling a 6-pounder. I have no doubt in the next 2 hours, 3 hours, we're going to see a few more studs. I mean, just flat studs get caught because it just happens.
With us watching this live, it's so much fun. These anglers don't know that everyone else is getting them.
Check this out. Raw feed right here. This is the feed of that big fish.
Is this Britt? That's Britt right here. Legit Britt.
Legit Britt. You've been talking about him. This is the MMA fighter you're telling me, right?
He's the undercover sportsman pro with a monster.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh my God.
I think that's a call.
Hook fell out.
Look at that.
Cow.
Jeez.
Hold that up there.
Get some of that, baby.
Oh, man.
That's a 10. I might be bigger. I might be bigger than 10 right there, baby.
And he caught this fish right across from Shane LeHew. Right, we could see this fish from Shane LeHew's boat.
Oh, man.
Here's Tim Frederick. Tim Frederick, watch this. This is the lake turning on right now, guys. Get to the weigh-in or enjoy the live feed that we're giving you.
Ready to go, brother? Yes, sir.
What you guys say about that, brother?
Jeez. Shane LeHew right here. Shane LeHew right here, and he's right across the way. You can see that. That's where the legit Brit.
Yep.
That'll snap your neck.
Those can hurt. Those can hurt. Hearing somebody screaming on the other side of the lake.
And you're in second place.
Yeah.
And you see a guy lighten up. Live action right now.
And Britt, he's got a limit, but if we look at his unofficial weights right now, he's got a 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1, and a 10.
That's Florida for you. They talk about that all the legs. You catch all the little ones you want, then you catch a big one. It's catching 2 big ones in a day that make you a superstar.
Yep.
I mean, and same thing with Bradley Dortch. Look, a 1 1/2, a 1, and an 8.
Yep. And Dortch, Britt, Frederick, all those fish coming pretty much the same time. I mean, it's literally like a light switch. You're seeing all these anglers start to catch some big fish. Who's going to be the next one, Byron?
Andy Morgan.
Nice.
Andy Morgan or Brian Thrift. I'm gonna go bet the come, as they call it. I'm gonna bet the come and say Andy Morgan or Brian Thrift are gonna catch the next big one. Live action here at Jane LeHew, and now we know there's 10 pounders swimming nearby him.
Yes. One less, though.
One less.
Aaron, who's there? Oh, was it this guy? Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Heard him say he thinks it's a 10-pounder.
Uh-oh, he's getting information. He says he thinks it's a 10-pounder.
Those are those fish you would rather just not hear a guy catching anything.
Yeah.
You'd rather not know, I think.
Yeah. Well, maybe it invigorates you. You're like, you know what?
He's way offshore, and I haven't been out that far, so I'm not going to do that to him.
He's way
Kind of
offshore.
staying on the edge of these pads wherever that grass meets.
Aaron Britt, after this is over, I'm going to have to give him a call and get a little rundown of what he's doing and hear some more insight.
Yeah, you might want to talk to him before tomorrow. You heard what Shane LeHew said. He said he's way out there further outside. I'm not going to do that to him. Well, Shane, he's an MMA fighter, so you might not want to do that to him. It sounds like your boy Aaron Britt is protected by the sheer fact that his previous career had him saying that fish around him, he gets a 10-pounder, you go crowd him, you might be in for a real whooping. A real whooping.
He catches 10-pounders, I catch 10 inchers.
That's what the 10-pounders are eating.
Yeah.
The 10-pounder scared that fish into where Shane's fishing, because the 10-pounders are swimming around out there, and then they scare the little ones in so they don't get eaten.
Yep, and as the leaderboard, as you look down at the leaderboard, you see Aaron Britt in 6th, but Shane, we're watching Shane right now. He's currently our unofficial 2nd place contender right now, so he's looking just fine.
You know, and John Cox still has, you know, a good lead. Right now, unofficially, he still has, you know, a 5-pound, almost a 5-pound lead. You know, but the scary thing is Dortch only has 3 fish, including that 8-pounder. You know, Britt just caught a 10-pounder. You know, Tim Frederick caught a 6. There's some big fish being caught. I'm just curious to see when the next bingo number is going to come up. Who gets the next number for the bingo call?
I'm looking down this list right now. I wouldn't be surprised seeing Frederick catch another big one, following that one up. He had actually mentioned to a lot of our guys that are out there covering the event that he just wanted to make the cut. He felt like if he could make the weekend, that with less pressure, without those boats, he was going to be able to really put together some big stringers. And him proving that with a 6-pounder right now. And so I think that he's got a lot of water open to him, and I think there's going to be some good things coming from him. And I'm going to put a little money down, put a little bit of my savings down on betting him punching another one in the boat here.
I'll take the other 19. Let's make the bet.
If you guys look down the bottom of the screen, that's our unofficial leaderboard ticker coming across. And Cox, he talked about he's confident. He's not worried. He's got plenty of time, hours left to fish to catch that one. He knows it's going to happen. And like he's only got 4 fish. So whatever he catches goes straight to his limit. And he's definitely got the right mindset. Feeling comfortable with the lead. And also got a lot of people watching him and rooting for him
yes, they are.
on live. So maybe he's even
yes,
doesn't even know, but he's got a little positive momentum coming his way through the social media.
Jeez.
I can. You know, one of the things here about John Cox is we've seen him take this gamble before. In 2010, he lost the Eastern Series on Okeechobee to Scott Martin bed fishing. He wouldn't give up bed fishing. Like, he committed to it, doubled down on it, committed to it and stayed with it, and he wanted to look at every fish he caught. And here's the X factor. Here's that X factor with sight fishing. Other guys might be sight fishing offshore. Other guys might be fishing fish that are moving in and out. Cox, as we can tell from daylight to dark, is just looking for them. And he's got a great history here. He knows where they live, but those big bags can come, and at the same time, if they don't keep coming and keep coming and keep coming, you can go from 15, 20-pound bag, 25-pound bag to all of a sudden a 5 or 8 pound bag. It just blow you out of the water. Super gamble to be sight fishing, because yes, you can have easily the heaviest stringers of a tournament, but boy, if it goes sideways on you and you got nothing but a small bag of males today or tomorrow, it could be nothing like we see today, where it's maybe a 3-pounder is as big as fish. And these other guys are doing the dance now with these 8s, 10s, 6s. And you got to ask yourself, is John Cox doing the right thing? He's committed to it, but he's making that gamble.
They ain't coming back.
Absolutely right, Byron. And one of the things is the weather's supposed to change tomorrow. It's supposed to drop down to 65 degrees as a high. They're even saying chance of rains coming in. Now, this is one of those things that Cox, he's got a good lead, but he would be doing himself a lot of favors if he could extend that lead going into day 4 to where maybe he only needs a bag of males to hold on to that lead and stuff. You know, bed fishing is all about that feast and famine and stuff. And when it's good, you want to make sure you make it great. And when it's bad, you want to make sure you make it not too bad.
Exactly right. Good point. Exactly right. And if that weather is going to change dramatically, he is the hometown favorite, really, if there is one. I mean, he is the local boy here. This fishery is not far from him, you know, and so he knows, you know, He's living in DeBerry, Florida, and he knows that this lake bodes well for him. And with 25 pounds the first day, 18 pounds the second day, he's far off that mark today so far. And he needs to be back to that 18 to 25. I mean, he needs that again today. You know, 2 very, very big days. But this is the time to do it. This is the Easter egg hunt. He could, should, would find that big fish now. And to your point, if it's overcast and rainy tomorrow, and that's when he's going to have to pull out another bag of tricks. Mm-hmm. He's going to have to go back to something else he's done before on the Harris chain, because that is the poorest conditions besides fishing.
Now, as we're going into our last half hour of coverage right now, we're going to be leaving you guys, and then at 3:30, they're going to have 3 more hours to fish. All these anglers, there's a lot of time with things heating up. There's going to be a lot of things that change between the time we leave live coverage and the weigh-in. So make sure if you're in the area, go to the actual event, watch the weigh-in in person. But if you guys are at home, wherever you are in the world, go eat a sandwich, go out to lunch real quick, and then get back on FLWfishing.com and tune in to the live weigh-in with everyone's favorite Chris Jones.
Chris Jones, legend. I gotta tell you, that's a big one, Byron. 5 alive.
And I'll tell you, nobody, Chris Jones, he shines best when you got big fish being weighed in.
Oh yeah.
So I cannot wait.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bring it on.
I can't wait till Britt holds up that 10-pound bass right there.
That's right. Let me hear it to you. Let me hear it, Florida. How am I doing? Is it close?
Chris, do you hear?
I'm going to study Chris Jones. The legend, I'll have you down by the next event. I'm going to go home and make a point of this.
The bummer is he gets the last laugh because we get to say this, but then he gets to close out the show here, and so he gets to do some Byron impressions when he gets on stage.
Don't be surprised if he gets on stage with a wig today. Let me just say that. I mean, if they sell a blonde wig anywhere in that area, he's going to show with a blonde wig on his head.
Can we buy a Byron hair? I'm showing up with Byron hair next time.
I'll have Chris' voice. He can have Byron hair.
All right, I think we're getting a little sidetracked here with Cox moving down the
Well, this
the
is
canal.
the fun of it right now. We're waiting, we're watching, you know? We're waiting, we're watching. This is what sight fishing's all about. You wait and watch, and when he does the crazy Ivan, when he does the Sean Connery hunt for Red October, he spins that submarine around, and he points it directly at the fish. Then we got ourselves a crazy Ivan, and it's time to tighten up.
And sometimes when you're moving down the bank, just flip it around too. You're not even necessarily looking for a bite. Sometimes you're looking to even like spook something up or see some kind of movement towards that bait.
I got a special treat for you.
Let's hear it.
Let's go back to that Brit hit one more time before we take a quick break. What do you say?
We're going 10-pounder again?
Come on, this is your boy. Go ahead.
Representing California.
Look how dirty that water is. Look at that watercolor.
Oh, man. And he's got the biggest fish he has right now in the boat is a 1.5-pounder. Look at this!
Gosh, it barely fits in the net.
Yeah, buddy.
We're not done there. Let's have a big fish bonanza, shall we? Let's take a look at this one.
I think that's a call.
That's a call.
Look at that.
That is a
Hold that up there.
giant.
Get some of that, baby.
Oh, man.
That's a 10. I might be bigger. I might be bigger than 10 right there, baby.
Oh, man. that long drive out from California, that's what you're dreaming about right there, all the way to Florida.
How about this one right here? Check it out.
Frederick.
Tim Frederick. Sight fishing. Ooh.
Got her.
Got her, he said. He knew that fish was there.
Ready to go, brother?
Little pixelation.
Yes, sir.
Little predator. Little predator from the movie Predator. I like the pixelation.
What do you guys say about that, brother?
That's awesome right there.
And how about this?
Oh, it's a big one.
Big fish man, day 2 big
button,
fish
baby.
guy. Stick around. We'll be right back. As soon as we see Dortch, put this one in the boat. Gotcha.
Yes! Finally! Thank you, Jesus! Look at that one! Thank you, Lord! Look at that toad, Big Daddy. 9. Put that enigma to work, baby.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Out of office?
Oh, man.
Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the other line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
And we are back, FLW Live at the Harris Chain of Lakes, and it is heating up, Travis.
I'm sure.
The bites are coming, the big fish are rolling. We got stories of...
I'm going to try these couple that I marked just before we leave.
John Cox, live. Starting off with him right now, our current leader, John Cox. Hanging on to a lead, but look what's happened since the break. Bradley Dortch, we saw him catch that big one. He's caught another good fish, about a 2-pounder behind it, but that has moved him into second place, and it's tightening up for John Cox, Travis.
It is. It is. Everybody trying to close in. We're going through that last part of the day. We're in our final stretch here, and everyone's trying to get that ticket to the fourth day. It's like March Madness. All those guys sitting on the bubble trying to scoot into that final day, and we can see that if you make that final day, it's really anyone's game. There are big fish that can really make some movement happen on this lake.
Boy, the door has opened wide up. And what you said, though, that weather's going to change a little bit tomorrow. If that's the case, and we do have a colder day tomorrow and a drizzly day tomorrow, these guys will not be doing what you're seeing right here. That will be completely eliminated by a cold, rainy day or an overcast day with some wind. But John Cox is living and dying doing the Easter egg hunt, doing the sight fish search. And he's right now looking for a cull, or his fourth fish, actually, but a better quality fish. He needs his fifth fish. He needs a big fish. He needs to separate himself from those other guys. And those guys are barking at his heels, biting at his heels right now. You got Shane LeHew, Bradley Dortch. We see Tim Frederick catching a 6-pounder.
I'm seeing so many big ones.
Oh,
sitting out here. Big old fat bellies on them.
You hear what he says right there? Those fish are coming. He still has them coming.
You know, I'm going down through these beds right now, and you know, I'm seeing a lot of males come in, and I'm also seeing a lot of females sitting about right where we're trolling motoring, big fat ones too. So there's definitely some other fish coming in. I don't think they're going to do it in time for today, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, maybe we can get enough today and make it tomorrow, and maybe it'll get right.
You know, Travis, I see those clouds in the background. I hope you're wrong for John Cox's sake. I really do. I don't know. You know how it is, weathermen can always get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
John Cox prays that tomorrow is a mirror of today as far as weather goes, maybe even a little bit warmer, but that full moon is coming. That's key, guys. That full moon is coming, and those fish love to spawn on a full moon. When you're going into the
Tomorrow
full moon.
will be a much better fishing day, I would think, with all the wind and the rain and
you're looking at right there. Look at that, look. You just saw something right under the boat. Didn't touch the trolling motor, you just did a push off. He literally saw himself float up over something, like maybe a deep bed right there.
You saw use the rod to push off instead of touching that trolling motor.
Yeah, you don't want to spook whatever he just saw, whether it was a cruiser or whether it was a deep bed right there. But you know, he's pitching back on whatever he just saw.
I think there's a decent one right here, garden fry.
Oh, a fry garter. Okay, so you had that pipe right there. What he means by that, he's got a fish garden. It's young ones right there. A cloud of the baby bass, and it'll be a decent sized male guarding that fry, that ball of fry. Those are usually very aggressive fish.
And he can back off a little bit. He doesn't have to completely see the exact fry or anything like that. He can kind of mark where they are.
Then just fish all around it. Yeah, fish all around that ball of bait. I mean, ball of fry.
And the other reason Cox is not too nervous as well is a lot of his big fish have come later in the day. So he's
Get it rolling, boys. Get it rolling. All right.
I think who are we hearing? Is that Dortch that we're hearing in the background right now? We're going back to Cox and his later day fishing. He stuck 2 4-pounders.
They're holding me.
Late in the day yesterday.
Just eat it.
Still trying to catch that fried gar. He knows that he needs that 5th fish. Not uncommon to catch a 3, possibly 4-pound male. You know, those big, good quality 2, 3, 4-pound males that guard fry. They spawned earlier already. Their eggs have already hatched, and now they're kind of.
Oh, sorry. Are we on the thing?
We are live, John.
That's live coverage right there.
Beep. I'm gonna Happy Gilmore. Give me a sec. Beep.
Yeah.
Beep.
I don't know if he was quoting the bass again.
I think he was unhappy with the cast because he's trying to put that wacky rigged bait right on or around those fry, just to fire up that male. Tim Frederick, John Cox fishing very close to each other. They're both at the mouth of Apopka Lake. At the mouth of Apopka Lake, they're fishing the canal. That's the Apopka Canal. And here we actually have a split to who has now moved into second place, Bradley Dortch. Bradley Dortch has been losing a lot of fish.
One thing I have noticed this week's fishing out around these canals that go back in here, a lot of these fish there's been some fish in here spawning and been some actually, a lot of fish guarding fry, so I haven't sight fished all week, but I did come in here first day of the tournament and caught a few keepers, and I did see one round 7, between 6 and 7, just cruising, so I think she was definitely looking to go on bed. So hopefully, maybe she decided to. Be nice to catch another big one right here.
Got 15 minutes left,
The problem
probably.
I am seeing right now is like I don't hear any brim feeding or nothing in the pads, and that's not a good sign. Normally, a lot of times you can hear them smacking the water. I don't hear anything. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I may go offshore and throw a trap or something here for a little while. Like I said, these fish have been kind of feeding in spurts. They'll feed an hour and then maybe 2 hours later before they eat again, you know. Good thing about what I'm doing is if you hit one in the head or, you know, got one on bed, they'll eat it. Definitely got a mixture of fish going on right here.
You see that plane landing, that water plane landing? I know exactly where this is at. There's a series of houses where they have those water planes, you know? That dude was getting ready to land right there. That's his airstrip. Lake Harris is that guy's airstrip, man. And what happens is these planes fly in and they fly right over that bay and touch down between that bay and the island and then take their plane right over to their house and then pull up on the grass and get out. I've watched them walk over to their house. That guy lives landing right over his shoulder. And it's really cool. There's a couple homes over there where they have these water planes, and that's their transportation. They fly in and out of Lake Harris. And he's right now in a pocket over there. Dortch is the biggest threat to John Cox. He caught yesterday a 7-6. This morning he lost a 6 and a 3. And now he catches one somewhere around 8. This guy, Bradley Dortch, has to be possibly the favorite to win this thing just from the sheer amount of big fish he is on right now. Big fish yesterday, what would have been big fish today, except for, well, at this point, Aaron Britt coming in just crushing it. But Dortch has got the big average going. That's such a key thing to have that many big bites going. And earlier, before we even went on the air, he had lost a 6 and a 3.
Yeah, I mean, the key is all these fish that he's he's losing, he's breaking off, and then he's actually catching as well. Really proves the quality of fish he's around. You know, a guy like
water on this end of Harris seems a little dirtier than it does rest of the lake. I don't know what wind's been blowing, or it just is dirtier.
You know, guys like Frederick or Cox that are sight fishing, they're only as good as the fish they're looking at that current moment. Where, you know, Dortch, you don't know what he's about to swing on. You really, anything can happen at any moment with him.
Dortch is really working that male, that fry garter right now. Shane LeHew is out there, you know, beating it up. Right now, currently in 3rd place. You're looking at John Cox, Bradley Dortch, Shane LeHew is.
What fish drive me nuts?
Yeah, we can't watch some
flipped
other
in a lot of these
screens.
canals,
And,
it
maybe
seems like
LeHew
the
right now is going for the net. We're watching
50, 100 yards is the better. I don't know if they don't like to spawn in the back. I don't know what's going on.
Live action right there.
There
Shane
we
LeHew.
go.
We saw.
They're both about the same size.
We saw that net going. It's like, oh my gosh. Shane LeHew is making a move right now, trying to put something together to make that jump back into 2nd place. He's gonna put them. He's gonna pull them all out.
He's got to look at them all right now. Yep.
This is always fun. I like this part, don't you?
Absolutely.
This is neat because you're sitting here, like you said, on your couch, chilling out at your man cave, watching, and you're in the boat. You're the marshal. You get to watch this guy culling right in front of you.
Schooling everywhere.
Sitting shotgun with Shane LeHew right now. It sounds like we're right there.
Right now he's weighing those fish.
Drive right through the middle of them.
Checking out the weight of all the fish, figuring out which one's going to be his small fish of the day.
We've gone past that 12 o'clock lunch hour, which really becomes a milestone in these events. You know, you kind of have your day broken into two parts. It's AM and PM,
Yeah.
and right now they're in the PM shuffle. And we're going to have another 10 minutes of coverage on FLW Live with everybody that's joining us. And these anglers are going to have 3 more hours. 3 more hours of the PM shift to make some moves and see where they can move up to.
I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to be watching a little bit of weighing this afternoon. Dude.
I cannot wait. 4 o'clock, we're going to be live. Actually, Chris Jones is going to be live on stage with the live weigh-in. So if you guys are watching from home, tune back in at 4 o'clock Eastern time on FLWfishing.com, and you guys are going to watch. This is going to be a crazy weigh-in, man. This is going to be some huge fish.
I gotta figure out what's going on right here now. He just called. He just called a fish. He's trying to get all his weights together, get his computer system, get his system together, his calling system together with all of his buoys.
3, 2, 5.
Second, I see he has 5.
What's it saying, Shane? We have him unofficially at 13 pounds.
Make sure.
He's done. He's checking, man. Checking the live well, making sure. 3, 4, 5. Don't make another cast without making sure you got 5.
And you talked about that. He went through a lot of fish in that shad spawn this morning.
This is from earlier. This is a big one. We think earlier. One of his better fish. Shane LeHew.
Gosh.
Just a few minutes ago before the last one.
And this is good. You could tell. Oh, you can tell he needs this fish too. Oh. And using the lipless, you're always scared. You're always scared. You never have a great hook on that.
God, I can't even see my trap.
Oh, it swallowed it.
Oh man,
that's a good thing.
Yep, that's a good sign.
Yes.
Quality fish right there.
Ooh. That's more like it.
That is more like it. Good quality fish.
Yes, Shane LeHew.
My rattle trap is gone. I'm talking in the throat. Look at that. That's how you want to get it.
That's a big fish right there.
That is a big fish. That is bigger than anything he unofficially had. Unless that's his third. You know, when you look at those numbers, it's
we've got unofficially his biggest fish about 3.5. I think that was bigger than 3.5.
He didn't say what he had, but we're back to live with him, and his scale tells him what he's got.
Mm-hmm.
That puts him back right now in second place. There's a dance right now. John Cox is still holding on to that lead with about a 4-pound lead. But Bradley Dortch and Shane LeHew are swapping places. Brian Thrift is still hanging. Oh,
get him. Shane.
We're on right now. Well, he's reeling that one, but it was a small one.
Yep.
Come here.
But he is catching them right now, quick.
Yep. Obviously, things starting to happen. Shane, we've seen that. He's making moves. He's playing a good game right now. He's really making good adjustments. And every time he makes a move, he actually upgrades. So this is really fun to watch Shane fishing a very clean tournament. We've seen him bed fish in the canals and the clear water. We've seen him bed fishing on the, look at this.
Oh.
We've seen him hitting the pads for blind bed fishing, and then we've seen him out just throwing the trap and stuff for these post spawn and cruising bass. So he's really going to all the bags of tricks that he's got, and it's all working. We're seeing it all work for him as he makes these little adjustments.
You know, he said he's got hydrilla out there. He's got areas that have the pads, your hydrilla. He's just moving around. You see live right there, it's 12:26 in the afternoon. We are less than 4 minutes from shutting this down. FLW Live signs off at 12:30, and then these guys have those extra, as you said, 3 hours, Travis. 3 hours of fun-filled sunny time. Not summertime, but sunny time Florida fishing. This is when it gets fun and good.
Feeling anxious. I think Shane might be right on the verge of putting something big in the boat right now.
As is Dortch. You know, Dortch is over there. You're like, oh, what's going to happen next with Dortch? John Cox is cruising the flats. Look, he's committed to that shallow game. Woo! This is good stuff right here. Good stuff.
Big and good.
Oh, come on!
Scripted.
No, it's not.
Oh.
We can't leave. I'm sure everybody's helping. Let's take a vote. Everybody wanting us to stay on for another hour, just please chime in now.
Let's hashtag FLW Live 1 more hour.
Nobody wants to leave Shane LeHew right now. Nobody wants to leave him. I don't want to leave him. That's a small one, but when he said big and boy, that made me want to reset the clock.
Man, that rod's
Never
loaded
leave,
up.
never leave them biting.
Never leave them biting. We can't leave them biting.
We can't leave them
He's a
biting.
rattle trap with one eye. I think he's blind.
We're gonna have the shortest sign off ever. We're gonna be signing off over him catching them.
We're
Okay,
just
we
gonna
gotta
finally
go.
get cut.
We gotta go. Nobody cut back. Our producer's gonna be like, we're not cutting back to you guys in the studio. We're just gonna watch Shane LeHew catch him right up until 12:30. That'd be a first for FLW Live.
This is good. Yeah, we're gonna stay with Shane right now.
You got to.
But
You
make
got
sure
to.
you guys, we're gonna eventually have to leave, and you guys have got to check this out. Byron, you and I will be definitely watching over a computer, watching this live weigh-in with Chris Jones.
Don't leave me.
It's gonna be same
Don't
place.
leave
We will be
me.
live at
Come
4
on,
o'clock.
Travis, Don't miss us tomorrow at 8:30. Tomorrow we come right back, 8:30 Eastern time. Tomorrow we are back after it again to watch these guys, the top 10 guys, kick off day 4. Harris Chain of Lakes FLW Tour event. Stop number 4.
Now, for everyone watching at home, I know a lot of you guys are tuning in, watching a friend, an uncle, a brother, whoever you're watching and rooting on, or if you're just a fan of some of these anglers, go on social media tonight and let them know that you're rooting for them tomorrow. You saw them fishing FLW Live. Anyone who's rooting for Shane right now, find them on Facebook, on Instagram, and wish them luck tomorrow. Say, enjoyed watching them, can't wait for tomorrow. These guys love hearing from you guys and love seeing that you guys are actually rooting for them, that you guys are watching what's going on out there, and show your support.
We're down to the last 30 seconds. It really is. 12:29 and 30 seconds. There is so much good fishing going on. Florida is getting hot. The weather's heating up. The guys are peeling off their clothes and the fish are biting. Can't be better than that.
The only thing that makes it okay that we're about to leave here in a minute is that we're going to be back here tomorrow morning, Byron.
Exactly.
8:30 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be
Whoa.
back here, more FLW Live. And now we're back in the studio.
Hard to believe that stuff. We apologize. Coming back to us, but you don't want to miss us again tomorrow. FLW Live here at Harris Chain of Lakes. Oh, it's exciting stuff, man. It is wrapping up right now fast.
It really is. It really is. I cannot wait. I wish we could fast forward now that we're not going to be able to see this live. I want to see what happens. I want to see how this shakes out. Let's leave everybody with the leaderboard real quick, man, because we've had some lead changes. There's a lot going on here. John Cox, we've been watching him. Very confident that he's going to end up with a 5th fish and possibly even culling, because the end of the day, like I talked about earlier, has been good to John. He really finds some more fish. They move up, always gets better during the later day, and you're going to see that change for him most likely.
Shane LeHew, we've been watching Shane LeHew at the last minute. It's hard to leave him. We left him biting. That's the tough part. We had to watch him catch him right up until the end, and now we're on to Bradley Dortch.
Yep, Bradley Dortch just swing. Every time he swings, my heart skips, because it could be a 2-pounder, but it also can be 7, 8-pounder, which he's shown he's caught several in this tournament so far and even lost a bunch. So he's really around big fish.
And here's the rest of the guys. Brian Thrift, Rusty, Aaron Britt caught that 10-pounder. These guys, it's so close after that. You see the 46, 45, 44, 44, 42. But there's 6s being caught. There's 8s being caught. There's a 10 caught. It's just, it could be anybody. This is the fun time to be watching Florida. Watch the big transitions. You and I are going to have a ball between here and 3:30.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then the bottom 10, these guys, they do not want to be watching. I mean, although FLW Live is a great show, they don't want to be watching FLW Live tomorrow. They want to be on FLW Live. And so these guys got to make some adjustments and finish out the day and try to squeeze in for day 4.
There's the guys at the cut right there. JT Kenny, I still think he's going to make it, but right now he's got a key. He's got the 11th place position. And then some of those guys there are like, man, I better make a big move. Again, all they got to do is have a Bradley Dortch, an Aaron Britt moment, a Dortch moment, and then it's all over. It's vaulting on up. So it's a lot of changes coming up in the leaderboard in the last, 3 hours?
Yes, yes. And a lot of veterans in that bottom 10 right there. JT Kenny, Morgan, Cobb, who's not a veteran, but he's fishing fantastic. We might see some of those guys jump into that top 10 in the next couple hours here. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and if you're, like you said, if you're anywhere near the area where you can go see the weigh-in, get to Venetian Gardens, get to Lakeside Park, go to the Harris Chain Lakes, there's no telling what you're going to see. I wish we could get there. If we could just transport ourselves right now from the studio to that weigh-in to join Chris Jones at the weigh-in, it's going to be a toad fest.
You don't know the guy in the float plane? You were talking all about the float plane. Can he come pick us up and take us over there right now?
Thanks for watching. We're done. That's it. Goodbye. No float plane.
Tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern Time, bright and early. We will see you there.
Hold that up there.
What you gotta say about that, brother?
That's awesome,
Oh boy. Go. We got one down. Finally.